and every city council, the mayor, everyone that in charge to lead our city. We ask that you give them wisdom, intelligent comprehension, so they can live our city in the proper way it should be. We ask also, Lord, to cover all the police department, which is secure our city. We ask you, God, you bless them, protect them, as well as the fire department that responsible for our safety in the city. We ask that you cover them. Bless the city, bless everyone that participate in doing everything tonight. We ask you, you bless this meeting. We not forget to ask you, Lord, for our country. We ask that you bless our government. We know we cannot believe in one man, but we know when you use them, they can do the wise thing for us and for our country. We ask you all this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah! Just for the record, you are motivating and inspiring when we all say the Pledge of Allegiance in unison. So thank you all for that. Hoorah indeed. Roll call, Ms. Leffler.
Mayor Medina,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe,
Present.
Councilman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Hammer,
Present.
Councilman Langevin,
Present.
Mr. Morgan,
Present.
Ms. Smith. Present.
Thank you, ma'am. Deputy Mayor?
Announcements.
Yes, sir.
One vacancy on the Community Development Advisory Board to represent one of the following fields related to affordable housing, banking industry, residential home building, actively engaged in home building, or for-profit provider positions. Anyone wishing to serve on these boards can apply online at palmbayflorida.org or contact the city clerk's office at 952-3414.
Thank you. We're now on agenda revisions. Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Mayor, members of City Council. At last evening's Planning and Zoning Board meeting, the board recommended approval of the case number CU 25-00002 to the City Council, and this has been added to item 3 under public hearings in the agenda packet. So it's the affirmative recommendation from your Planning and Zoning Board. Secondly, wanted to note that discussion of a school zone speed enforcement camera system has been added to the agenda as a new business item 6 at the request of Councilmember Langevin. And then, Mayor, I don't know if you were going to announce it, but the people that were here for the Welderly proclamation has asked that not be considered this evening. So I didn't know if you had that one, but I just learned of that one as well.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. So item number 2, under proclamations, I have asked to have that removed, correct? Thank you.
Yes, that's my understanding, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Madam Smith,
No, sir.
no revisions.
No, sir.
Okay, so we're now on proclamations.
Mayor.
But before we do, I'd like to, yes, carry.
I'm sorry, the applicant for item 2 under new business has asked that it be moved up on the agenda as well.
So I need a motion to move new business item number 1 or number 2 as you were. Under new business, I need it moved to prior to public comments.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Councilman Langevin, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. So, in all fairness, is ASD Kids Incorporated here right now? ASD Kids? Anyone from ASD Kids supporting our ASD Kids? No? Okay. So we'll carry on. We're now on proclamations and recognitions. That sounds very familiar, doesn't it, Master Chief? First of all, let me start by saying this is a great opportunity right now for all of us to silence our phones. So thank you for that consideration. I'm going to call up Michael Houston. Come on up. We are actually making you aware it's Flood Awareness Week, March 3rd through the 9th. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you. Good to be here.
It is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the greatest city on the face of the earth we call Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, whereas Palm Bay has experienced severe weather in the past in the form of extreme rainfall or tropical system events, resulting in flooding in both coastal and riverine areas. And this flooding has caused damage and flood losses to homes and buildings in all areas, whether they are high risk, special flood hazards areas, or low to moderate risk zones. And whereas Palm Bay is a voluntary participant in the National Flood Insurance Program that provides residents with the opportunity to protect themselves against flood loss through the purchase of flood insurance at reduced insurance premium rates, as well as setting higher regulatory standards to reduce the flood risk and potential flood damage to their property. And whereas the reduction of loss of life and property damage can be achieved when appropriate flood preparedness, control, and mitigation measures are taken before a flood. Whereas public education and awareness of potential weather hazards and methods of protections are critical to the health and safety and welfare of our residents. The Florida Floodplain Managers Association has declared the week of March 3rd through the 9th as Flood Awareness Week to promote awareness and increase knowledge of flood risk, the availability of flood insurance, flood protection methods, and how to prepare for emergencies. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, Mayor of the City of Palm Bay, by virtue of said authority, do hereby proclaim the week of March 3rd and the 9th through the 9th, 2025 as Flood Awareness Week, and encourage all our citizens of Palm Bay to increase their knowledge on how to protect themselves and their property from flooding. In witness hereof, I set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Palm Bay to be affixed this 6th day of March, 2025. Michael, congratulations.
Thank you.
Here you go, bud.
Excellent.
Go ahead.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm Michael Hushin. I'm the Certified Floodplain Manager for City of Palm Bay here in the Growth Management Department. Flood Awareness Week, as you heard, is a testament to this city's commitment to protecting your property and your lives. I'd like to give a special thanks to Mr. Scott Stafford and our deputy building official who was instrumental in overseeing the flood management program. And I'd like to thank the Public Works Department for their hard work maintaining our stormwater infrastructure, and you citizens too as well who do your part to maintain debris and keep swales and culverts and your properties clean as well. It all helps. So be aware, be prepared. Check out our social media. We've got some great links there prepared by our public information officer, and we've got our city webpage. Some more detailed information and my contact info. So I look forward to hearing from you. And thank you very much.
So, Michael, why don't just share briefly, just give them an extra idea of what we could do to prepare for
keeping your swales clean. Keep the debris out of the swales, because those things, as soon as the waters start flowing, they'll end up in your culverts and they clog up drains. And you can mow the grasses in the ditches. That helps keep the capacity up. One important thing I forgot to mention was that 26% of all flood insurance claims come from properties outside of the flood zone. So it's not just flood zones that are, dangerous. It's everywhere. And um, the the National Flood Insurance Program calls these preferred risk policies, and they're offered at substantial discounts, along with a 5% discount just for being a resident of Palm Bay, and 15% if you're in a flood zone. So,
So if I'm hearing you correctly, just for the audience,
Mhm.
right? If I'm not in a flood zone, that flood insurance is cheaper.
it is. It's called a preferred risk policy. Yep, and it's substantially reduced. It's and that's just based, and then you get a 5% on top of that just because of for Palm Bay being part of the National Flood Insurance Program.
Awesome.
And all the hard work they do.
So let me encourage you, flood insurance, if it's affordable, right?
Yep, it's good to have.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a picture here.
All right.
Don't go anywhere.
All right.
I'm going to tip and toe. No, I don't do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Brian McCann. Live, my brother Brian. From Ireland, How are you, brother? It's good to see you. Good to see you. Great to see you. Come on up. Irish American Heritage Month. For all of us, we're all a little bit from Ireland, It is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the city of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, whereas by 1776, nearly 300,000 Irish nationals had immigrated to the American colonies and played a crucial role in America's war for independence. And whereas 5 signers of the Declaration of Independence were of Irish descent. You like that? I'm rolling the R a little bit there. Yeah. And 3 signers were Irish born, whereas Irish Americans helped to fashion a system of government of our young nation. And whereas 22 presidents have proudly proclaimed their Irish American heritage. Whereas in 1792, Irish-born James Hoban provided the architectural plans for the White House and served as one of the supervising architects for the construction of the Capitol. Whereas Irish-born Commodore John Barry was recognized by the United States Congress in September 2002 as the first flag officer of the United States Navy. And whereas in 1813, Captain Oliver Perry, an Irish American, achieved a major naval victory in the Battle of Lake Erie. Whereas in 1942, the 5 Sullivan brothers made the ultimate sacrifice for democracy and freedom during the naval battle of the Guadalcanal, and later had the destroyer USS Sullivan commissioned in their memory. Whereas the Irish first came to Spanish La Florida, I know you like that one, yes, sir, in the 1500s, first as missionaries and mercenary soldiers, and then as planters, traders, businessmen, doctors, and administrators. Whereas 3 of the Spanish governors of La Florida were actually Irish military officers. Whereas Father Richard Arthur, an Irish-born priest from Limerick, who was appointed parish priest for St. Augustine in 1597, and a judge of La Florida, established the first public school in America and opened it to boys and girls of all races. Whereas Andrew Jackson, whose family came from County Antrim, served as Florida's military governor following its acquisition by the United States. And whereas Irish Americans, since America's inception, have provided and continue to provide leadership and service to this nation's political, business, and religious establishments. And whereas it is fitting and proper to celebrate the rich cultural heritage and the many valuable contributions of Irish Americans. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, mayor of the greatest city on the face of the earth, by virtue of the authority of said office, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2025 as Irish American Heritage Month in the city of Palm Bay, and urge all our citizens to recognize the many valuable contributions of Irish Americans to this country. In witness hereof, I set my hand and cause the seal of the city of Palm Bay to be affixed this 6th day, March 2025. Brian, you're always a leader.
Thank you, sir.
When it comes to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much for supporting the Irish Americans. As you know, we did a big part in history. So come and join history and join us March 15th downtown Melbourne for our St. Patrick's Day Parade. It starts 10 a.m. Mayor Rob, I hope you'll be there.
Yes, sir.
Hope your city council members will come and march with you.
You got a call for me, sir?
We'll put you in a Mercedes, maybe. I'll do it. Sounds good. This is our Vice President Duke.
Hey,
Terry
Duke,
Watson.
how are you, Duke?
Mayor Rob Medina.
Hey, so, Brian, everybody, when is it? Saturday?
Saturday, March 15th, 10 o'clock in the morning.
10. Downtown Melbourne, always well attended. People get to cheer on and support the Irish community,
Oh,
Irish
yeah.
American community.
And Meg O'Malley's is having their big festival over the whole weekend, so it'll be a great time. Yeah, and please drive sensibly, and if you're gonna have a few drinks, get an Uber or get a designated driver, please.
That's good. And it's green, the color of beer, isn't it?
Well, if you go that way, that's fine. But I like to get it nice and dark.
You like it? Awesome, man. Let's take a picture, bro.
Thank you. Yes. Come on, Duke.
How you holding up with the music?
The back. Oh my gosh. This is cringe. I'm trying to be like you, like a rock.
Come on over here.
This is so.
Show that.
Yes, we got to get the proclamation out here.
Yeah, get that up there. Get closer to your vice president there, so that the rest of the team can see it.
Thank you.
Thank you, bro.
I'll see you next week, I hope. I just sent you a text today, too.
Oh, we got one more.
Sent you an email.
All right.
I'll see you. Thank you. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. Seeing you guys, man. Hopefully I'll come up and, next week.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Come and march with us. You'll have a good time, man.
Ireland, you know.
They're better than the Irish.
I love it. Brian, I love it.
Oh, okay.
Appreciate it, brother. Thank you.
You know, it's not often that I get to actually interact with a former Major League Baseball player. And where is George? Oh, there he is. It's not often that I get to, interact with a Major League ball player. And it is such a true blessing for the city of Palm Bay to have someone that's such a team player, understands leadership. So I'm going to call up George up in his team. Come on up. We're celebrating Procurement Month. Ladies and gentlemen, now batting for the California Angels and the Palm Bay City Government team, George. Barber.
Oh my gosh.
God bless you, man. God bless you. It is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the city of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, whereas public procurement organizations are committed to the highest ideals of honor and integrity to merit the respect and confidence of their government agencies, as well as the public whom they serve, ensuring the prudent use of taxpayer dollars. And whereas public procurement is diligently committed to the pursuits of efficiencies and effectiveness in the delivery of goods and services, executing and implementing contracts, developing forecasts and procurement strategies, and cultivating working relationships with suppliers and other departments within the organization. Whereas the city of Palm Bay provides an environment that is open for business partnerships, where all organizations are afforded an equal opportunity to compete for business within the city of Palm Bay. And whereas the city of Palm Bay supports practices of public procurement, guiding principles of accountability, ethics, impartiality, professionalism, service, and transparency as fundamental tenets of the public procurement profession. And whereas National Institute of Governmental Purchasing has proclaimed the month of March as Procurement Month for further expand the awareness of the procurement professionals' role in government to governmental officials, the public, business, and corporate leaders. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, Mayor of the City of Palm Bay, by virtue of the authority of said office, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2025 as Procurement Month in the City of Palm Bay and urge all our citizens to join the City Council in recognizing the role of the procurement and contract administration profession with business, industry, and government. In witness whereof I set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Palm Bay to be affixed this 6th day of March. Welcome, Mr. George Barber.
Wait, don't leave. Come close. All right, so I'm a little biased because we share love for baseball.
Yes.
But I want to let you know publicly that your faith, your love for your family, your commitment to this community, I appreciate you. All right?
Thank
Sir.
you. Thank you.
All right, so Procurement Month. It's to acknowledge the profession, but more importantly, the people. Most times, procurement professionals don't have much visibility. It's typically reserved for our first responders, which deservedly so, because we have the nation's finest. But I can tell you guys there isn't a police interceptor, a round of ammunition, a fire engine apparatus that this team doesn't touch. So we process 2,000 purchase orders a year, 70 solicitations, manage 400 contracts, surplus, and we do it all with this team right here. So I want to say that too because it's important that our residents know that we don't arbitrarily purchase. We don't just select vendors. We have a process for everything. And I would invite and encourage anybody, if you're inquisitive about the procurement process, to meet with us. Any one of us will sit down with you and give you the full process of what we do. We truly embody transparency. So, and then lastly, I want to thank our departments. We put you guys through the ringer. I know it. So we thank you for exercising patience with us. Personally, I'm so thrilled that I get a chance to work with such brilliant minds. I run through a wall for any of you, and I know we all appreciate you. So to our leadership, Joan and Juliet, you guys have been rocks for us. Your support, your expertise, we really appreciate it. And Juliet, our toughest critic and biggest champion, we appreciate you. And Mr. Morgan came in hot. But I think we've all grown to appreciate your sense of urgency. Man, you made such an impact in such a short time. And I just lastly want to say, even though your time's coming to an end, you will be Palm Bay family forever. So.
Sorry. Lassie. Oh, I didn't stand up. There we go.
Find a window.
Right there.
Find a window.
Well done. Thank you. Take care. Hello. Nice to see you. How you doing?
Thanks.
See you, brother. Yeah, thank you. Take care, man.
Thank you very much.
Awesome to see you. You know that. See you.
So we are now on new business item number 2. Mr. Morgan, would you present this item?
Yes, Mayor, Member City Council, staff is recommending approval of this co-sponsorship for East Wind Pentecostal Church for the use of Fred Poppy Regional Park on April 19th. And if you have any further questions, our acting Recreation Director, Daniel Waite, would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Council, any questions regarding this? Yes, sir.
Well, not regarding this specific item, but just in regards to the special events coordinating. There's been discussions of revisions over the past year or two, so just wanted to see any updates or any potential updates on that topic.
Did you want to take that, Julia? Oh, okay.
Thank you, Juliet Mosconi, Deputy City Manager. I think that it would benefit staff immensely if we could perhaps bring that back at a future meeting and get some feedback of exactly what revisions you all as a body would like to see. Because we've heard several mentions of it over time, but we need to follow the direction of all of council. So I'll be glad to bring back the policy at a future date under new business, and we can have a discussion if that is sufficient for you all.
I'm good with that, Mayor. I just know Mr. Wade had a few ideas of his own, so if that can be brought up when we have that meeting, so that'll be great.
Okay. Thank you. Council, any questions regarding this agenda item? Okay. Any speaker cards, Deputy Mayor?
I got Bill Batten, speaker card.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. $3,103. That's what this co-sponsorship is for. As always, I have to stay true to who I am. I look at this as preferential treatment. When you give a nonprofit something that a nonprofit organization has to pay for, I look at that as preferential treatment. I then look at going through the agenda. I also see under consent agenda item number 12, which we wouldn't even get to discuss, that there was a $75,000 impact to Parks and Recreation. So if we're able to give stuff away, yet we have an impact of $75,000, maybe we shouldn't be giving stuff away free. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, the applicant is here if you wanted to hear from the applicant as well.
Yes, sir. If he's wanting to come on up, sure.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, City Council. Last year, on behalf of East Wind and Pastor Myers, we took this over from Centerpoint, who had been previously doing this, and our church took the reins and provided volunteer and the money and manpower and stuff to make this event possible. Last year, we saw over 5,000, at least 5,000 people come out, and it was just a great time celebrating Easter weekend. And we did have a presentation here, and we're looking forward to doing it on approval from the City Council. We're looking forward to doing it on Saturday, Easter Saturday. We start at 9 a.m. And we have it all planned out. We work with the city planning team, with Daniel and Kaylee and the whole team. And they've been such a great help, and we've been so appreciative of that and helping us to put on a safe, fun event for the family. And that's really our vision, to continue this event that's been going on for years. to continue to provide the fun and safe, free Easter celebration there at Fred Poppy Park. Provide something that's fun for the whole family. And then also our plans this year is to do a 20,000 egg hunt with inflatable games. We've already got food trucks lined up if this is approved. And then also we provide free snacks, refreshments, live entertainment, craft tents, all kinds of stuff for the entire family. Free games, field games. Also, first responders are out there to connect with the community. We've already talked to the Brevard County Sheriff's Department as well, and they've agreed to come out if we have the event as well, to bring out a canine unit and stuff to connect with the community. So it's going to be a great, just a great event. We'll do all the promotion and everything, but we know that the city's sponsorship, we do the invites, yard signs, all that kind of stuff that we can do to get the word out so that everybody in the community knows it's not just for a certain group, but it's for the entire city. And we try to get the word out as best that we can. And so we have volunteers that we provide from our church. Last year we had over 125 volunteers. We're looking to do the same, if not bump up to 150 volunteers from our church to provide all this to the community, also to make it safe as well. And so we also have the certified crowd managers that we certify with the city as well for safety. And so we hope that we can have this co-sponsorship so we can continue to provide this for the city. So
Thank you. So just to clarify a few things.
Yes, sir.
Last year you had 2 choppers,
Yes.
as you were, 2 helicopters,
Yes, sir.
right? And they did the actual egg drop.
Yes.
And the kids after it was dropped, all the children went out in different age groups.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah, on the recommendation before, we didn't drop all of the eggs from the chopper. It was more of a kind of a show. We spread them out evenly, and then we dropped several hundred from the chopper in each age group, just for safety reasons, because normally the wind would carry them all and put them all in one area. Then you have hundreds of kids all trying to fight for one area. So we tried to spread it out for safety reasons. Thank you to to the city planning team for helping us understand that. And so that was the case. Yes, sir.
Well, I appreciate you taking this over. Council, any questions? Our applicant? Seeing none? Any questions? I just have to commend Eastwind for taking this on. I don't know what the cost would be if our Parks and Recreation or recreation team would have to do something, an event like this for Easter. So you should be commended for the volunteer hours and the hard work and dedication. And is there a cost for this, or am I reading this correctly? Is it FREE snack?
Yeah, it's completely free. Our church puts in, just so the city knows, our church puts in, at least last year, over $14,000 we put in on our side from our church to help make this possible. But it's completely free to the entire community. The only people that charge are the food trucks that are out there, and it helps give them business, the food trucks from our community. So I think it benefits them as well. But yes, it's completely free.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Council, I need a motion.
So moved.
I'll second it. So I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Mayor Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1. We are now on public comments. And before we get there, I want to read these comments. So the public comment portion of our agenda is an important time for our city council to hear from the community. Thank you for submitting your speaker cards. When we have multiple speakers or multiple speaker cards on the same topic, we'd like to hear first from a community leader who can represent the shared perspective of like-minded citizens. We can then ask for a show of hands of those in attendance who support the leader's comments. In addition, many of the topics brought forward during public comments are best handled by the city management and staff, or the city manager and his staff. To keep our meeting efficiently focused on city business, I respectfully ask that my fellow council members refrain from dialogue on matters which are best handled administratively. Instead, city staff members are here and available to step outside with the members of the public to discuss these administrative matters. If an issue can't be addressed immediately, the city manager's office will contact the speaker within 3 business days. So I hope that clears up some discussion. We are not going to continue these topics, but now, Deputy Mayor, would you please call the first speaker?
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. First order of business is I'd like to see if we could discuss consent item number 2, number 3, number 11, number 12, and number 13. When you start going through all of those, we're talking about millions of dollars worth of activity within the city of Palm Bay that would be under consent. So I want to see if we can bring it to the public's knowledge. Next item was I've been attending a lot of these city council meetings, and predominantly they go pretty smooth with minimal uproar and by my standards, disapproval of how the meeting was conducted. I just want to say leadership by example goes a lot further than what Bill Batten is saying by my federal government in the State of the Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jeff McCloyd.
Good evening, council members, and good evening to those in attendance. My name is Jeffrey McLeod. I reside at 729 Boutson Avenue in Palm Bay. I've been a Palm Bay resident coming this June for 20 years. I've been a public servant, volunteer, 45 years. The last 4 years, I have served on the City Charter Review Commission, the Citizens Budget Advisory Board, and the last 2 years on the Planning and Zoning Board. I was advised that if I wished to serve further, I should reapply, and I did. I've been made to understand that when the council considered my application, someone objected to the fact that I don't stand or say the Pledge of Allegiance. As a retired attorney, my presence here this evening is to advise the council that decisions and questions like those is what leads to lawsuits. You cannot compel a person to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance or the national anthem. Supreme Court decisions over 82 years has been very clear. Government cannot compel an individual to stand for or recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Furthermore, the government cannot ostracize, criticize, or take negative action against a person who so chooses to exercise their First Amendment rights. I have noticed that over the past few years, there have been some decisions made by this council that have violated the city charter. And I'm here to urge the council to be careful when you consider decisions that may violate the charter or the U.S. Constitution. It is my right as an American citizen to not stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And I don't have to explain why. What is important is that if you consider that in my nomination, you violated my First Amendment rights. And in future, the board should check with their the council, before entertaining such ideas. Because if you do that to the wrong person, you'll be subject to lawsuits. What I'm here to say tonight is now, since that has come up, and it seems to be part of a trend, I'm going to be more vigilant as to what the council does. All I want to say is,
Thank you.
if you wish to consider my application, fine. But that comment, whoever made it and whoever brought it up for
Thank you, sir.
discussion, was inappropriate.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mark Miller.
Hey, good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, all the great folks that make Palm Bay a great place to work, grow, live, and play. So many people may not know there's a special election coming up for State Senate District 19 that affects all of us, right? The Republican primary election's coming up on April 1st. The next election, or the full election, is on June 10th. With all those dates being said, on Tuesday, next Tuesday, this one coming, March 18th at 7 p.m., the Salt and Light Council is holding a candidate forum at Victory in Christ Jesus Ministries, 2865 Jupiter Boulevard, right directly behind here. All of the representatives, right, or all the folks that are running are going to be there, with the exception of Debbie Mayfield, who's sending a representative since she's going to be in Tallahassee. But it is an awesome opportunity for people to come out and meet and greet. They're going to be able to speak for 10 minutes, and then they're going to take questions for 20 minutes. And many of you guys have attended these meet and greets, even at our church. So praise God for that. So it's good to see there. To be clear, our church is not sponsoring a candidate or a political party. We're just making the building available with some good coffee and some good cookies. So if nothing else, come out for cookies and coffee. But totally free event next Tuesday. Man, history shows less than 10% of people vote in this election. Less than 10%. So come on out. Number 2, item 7 on your consent agenda. I don't think we can talk about that during the meeting, but on Article 4.01 says 19 members are appointed based on the population basis. And the paperwork says there's no change in Palm Bay this year. So I'm just asking the question or throwing out before you just vote yes. Has there been sufficient growth in Palm Bay to change those numbers so that we can get more representatives on this transportation council, so that with the Christmas extravaganza or whatever, the Christmas Easter, I stayed in traffic for 45 minutes, put my truck in 4-wheel drive, went through the bushes and everything else, turned around and had to come home because traffic is horrendous. You just can't get there, right? So if we can have more people on this Brevard Transportation Council, then go back and make the count. Last thing that I have, on the first day of this new dais, I made a statement that said that we, the people, did what Exodus requires. We elected men who are God-fearing, who hate dishonest gain, and there would be an accountability. And so I just want to remind you in my last 35 seconds what Ronald Reagan said in 1979, 46 years ago. He says, I believe this nation hungers for spiritual revival. Government should uphold and not undermine those institutions which are custodians of the very values upon which civilization is founded: religion, education, and above all, family. This community is still hungry for revival, for solid, moral, ethical, accountable leaders. We're still hungry for a decent education system, and certainly hungry for some great families.
Thank you.
I sure would love 3 more minutes at the end.
Thank you, sir.
Praise God. Yep.
Simi Vaden.
Good evening, Mayor, the Council. My name is Simi Vaden. I've been in Palm Bay now for 21 years this month, and I love the city, and I'm so thankful for what everybody has provided to me since I've been here. Since I do love the city and care about its development and growth, I just had a couple of things I wanted to bring up, Mr. Mayor. One thing is there's a metal frame residence at the corner of San Filippo and Valencia that has been there for a few years now, and nothing is being done with it. I called Kevin at the building department. He said, oh, the city's aware of it. They're trying to work with the builder or work it out or something. I don't know what's going on there, but I feel like it's time. I mean, every time I make the turn, I have to look at this metal frame that is just sitting there with nothing. It's an eyesore. That's the corner of Valencia and San Filippo in southeast Palm Bay. Also, I want to comment about code enforcement. About there's a lot of commercial vehicles being parked in residential areas in Palm Bay. They're parking up in empty lots. Anything they can do to avoid having to go to a parking facility. I guess I would just like to, there's tractor trailers parked on Palm Bay on San Filippo. I see them. They're there for weeks on end. I just don't understand why nothing's being done about it. If I see it, I figure that the code enforcement people should see these things. Also, people parking big trucks on the sidewalk on San Filippo by the school so kids can't get through with no plates on it, facing the wrong way. All this kind of stuff. I feel like it's San Filippo. Somebody should be seeing this stuff. Also on San Filippo, there's a sign, a Remax sign on the corner of Waco and San Filippo, sir. There's a gentleman by the name of Dario Nunez of Remax. A big picture of his face and his advertisement. I believe it's a rental home. I don't want to say what it is because I'm not 100% certain, but it's always a lot of turnover, so I'm assuming it's a rental. And I don't know why this sign has been up there for approximately 10 years. So I called Remax in Palm Bay, and they said they're aware of it, and they're not happy about it either. And they asked this gentleman, Mr. Nunez, if he would remove it, and he refused. So I guess I feel like is there some sort of time limit as to how long these realtors can leave these signs out publicly? So that would be something I would hope that, particularly in this case, we could look at. Also, I'm concerned about the deforestation in Palm Bay. I'm a tree hugger. I'm sorry, but I am, and I am really concerned about all of the development and all the trees. I drive home now, and all I see is rooftops. I don't see it. And I mean, I live in Southeast, like I said, and I don't know where does it stop, Mayor. How many more trees and lots have to be cleared before these builders have made enough money?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. I thank you very much for your time, and thank you for all you do. Appreciate it.
Lance Fisher.
Lance Fisher, 130 Malabar Road, Southeast, Deputy Chief, Palm Bay PD, retired. Mayor, once again, your staff cringes when you speak. First slide, you'll see this is the report of the investigation against Chief Agello by an outside firm hired by the city of Palm Bay. Mayor, after my February 20th presentation, you turned to Mr. Morgan and asked him to clarify the allegations against the chief. Mr. Morgan stumbled through his words and ended up saying that he was not aware of any active investigation. You then turned to Ms. Patricia Smith, asked her the same question. She was hesitant. At the second time, she said, "No, sir." This dais knew on you guys knew that the city had hired an outside firm to investigate Chief Agello. At this podium, I made the investigation public. Mr. Morgan then directed Patricia Smith to contact that firm and immediately stop the investigation. The firm sent the report on February 20th, just prior to the council meeting, where I once again reminded your citizens of the investigation. Mayor, you used the words allegations in an attempt to discredit me and omit any reference that there was ever an investigation. But I've told you time and time again, I stand here and speak the truth. I will bring the truth, and I'm happy to prove anything and the lies and the deception. Why would city manager stop an investigation that was started before his tenure? Why would he stop it before the findings could be reached? If Chief Agello was so willing to provide a statement, he had 3 months to do so. I have been asked, why didn't I provide a statement? I did. I provided a statement on August 15th to Eric Messenger. I sat with him for 2 hours. I provided everything that any investigation firm needed to conduct a thorough investigation to support my allegations. I hope that Mr. Morgan recognized the severity and the accuracy of my allegations and then felt it was more appropriate to have an outside agency as unbiased investigative organization rather than one hired by the city to handle the investigation and provide those findings. I hope he reached out to FDLE, the Attorney General's office, the State Attorney's office, the Department of Justice, and the Federal Inspector's office and demanded that they conduct the investigation. I would absolutely, without hesitation, sit down and provide them a statement. Councilman Johnson, you mentioned whistleblowers during public comments last council meeting. I provided Patricia Smith with my complaints against Chief on around May 19th or May 9th during a phone call. Immediately after that phone call, I sent an email to each one of you and to her requesting whistleblower protection. Patricia Smith stated that my complaint had to be in writing, which I provided you guys on May 10th. I followed that up with an August 15th interview with Eric Messenger. through the request of the city attorney's office. I received notice just over a week later that I was being separated. On September 10th, I sent an email requesting to know whether the council had provided me, or if I was provided whistleblower protection. Councilman Johnson, this is why nobody in the city will come forward. The city has made it clear time and time again there is no protection for the employees that come forward. I am often asked, why didn't you come forward sooner? And I laugh. Well, if I had, I would have been unemployed and had to sell my house sooner. The longer this drags out and the more scrutiny the public puts on the city and the police department, the more it hurts the tremendous efforts the men and women do day in and day out. Again, Chief Agello and his command staff need to resign if they care anything about the very men and women they have sworn to protect. Mayor, once again, I look forward to your comments.
Anna Fisher.
Good evening, Anna Fisher, 580 Calabria Avenue, Southeast Palm Bay. I have sat here for months and listened to my husband speak and felt it was time to address a few things myself. The first slide is November 22nd. Chief addressed the media regarding an arrest for a fentanyl drug dealer. Chief stated that he was equally dedicated to helping those affected by addiction. That was a lie. This is a text message from Chief Agello stating, pissed over this shit across the street while posting a picture of a citizen being loaded into an ambulance at 746 Haftes. I'm sorry, does that go backwards? Yep, right there. October 31st, Chief addressed the media regarding the use of excessive force by Officer Mitchell against Thomas Farley. Chief stated the moment my office was notified, our training sergeant, who is a master taser instructor, did an extensive review. Is that a lie? This is the audit trail for the body cam footage. This is the audit trail for the training showing Officer Morales reviewed the body cam on October 30th. Audit indicates the training Sergeant Farmer reviewed the body cam footage on October 31st the incident took place on June 28th. Next, my husband was notified 2 days before Christmas. His long-term disability was denied. The long-term disability form filled out by your HR department was part of the deciding factor in denying this claim. The first question states, is the employee's condition work-related? No, that's a lie. Has the claim been filed with Workman's Comp? No, that's a lie. We've all heard Patricia Smith multiple times discuss his Workman's Comp case where it was stipulated that it was work-related. Can you provide transitional work duties for an employee to allow gradual return to work? Yes, that's a lie. He was already separated on September 2nd. The transitional duties what were they going to give him? Remote volunteer work? Next, would you like a case manager to assist your employee in return to work? No. Clearly, the city had no intention of bringing him back to work since he was already separated. It was dated September 13th when you filled out this form from your HR department. You separated him on September 2nd. Can you explain that to me? I find it hard to believe that Sergeant Shane Mertens, who speaks to a public using derogatory language and makes personal attacks, is the chief's top pick for promotion to lieutenant today. Congratulations to the Palm Bay Police Department. I would argue he doesn't have the integrity or professionalism to even be a police officer. This is a message that he sent to my husband on the September 6th council meeting. It reads, fuck you. Since when does a police officer ever address a current deputy chief or a former deputy chief in that manner? That is both disgusting and repulsive. We tried to file a complaint and nothing was done. We were told he was verbally counseled. I assume he was only verbally counseled because had he had anything in his record, he wouldn't be a lieutenant today. Sergeant Shane Mertens, thank you.
Kenneth Jernigan. Sir Ken Jernigan.
Ken Jernigan, 700 Castaneda Street, Northwest. Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the City Council. I purchased this land, 700 Castaneda Street, on December 20th, 2022, a little over 2 years ago. I desired to clean the land. It was overgrown with brush. I desired to build a house, put a pond on this land, move my family out there. We are in the process of making plans to do this, and we look forward to becoming residents in the city of Palm Bay. To my surprise, On February 3rd, 2025, I received a bill from the city of Palm Bay for this land. It covers a period of December 20th, 2022 through September 30th, 2025 for a stormwater usage fee. And it is described on the bill, of which I have copies for the members of council if you would like them. It is described as 15 days. No prior bills, no prior communication or information has been received from the city of Palm Bay on this topic. So I reached out to Public Works. I've reached out 6 times to Public Works. I've reached out to utilities 5 times between now and February, back on February 3rd. I have not been able to obtain any clarification on this bill. I've been informed at one point the bill was incorrect. I was later informed, no, the bill is correct. Trust us. No other details have been provided. I'm trying to understand if it is appropriate for a landowner to suddenly receive a bill covering 1,015 days, but only receive 45 days, actually 43 days to pay the bill. I have asked both Public Works and Utilities this question on why I have not received a prior bill, and I have been given deflections. According to Palm Bay Resolution 2022-58, the stormwater utility fee is to be an annual fee if not done monthly or quarterly. I believe Public Works therefore has an obligation, as does Utilities, to properly assess this fee and bill me on an annual basis, and they have not done so. I have also asked for an annual breakdown of this assessment. How much should have been billed in January of 2023? How much should have been billed in January 24 and 25? I have been met with promises of providing data, but in 4 weeks, no one has followed up with any details. The closest detail I received was just a week and a half ago on February 24th, that for future bills, the assessed fee would be $650 on an ERU of 4.96. No other details have been provided. And I find this lack of transparency is inconsistent with the city of Palm Bay and Mayor, what the council believes we should have in terms of values. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, would you go visit with that young man right there? Thank you.
Lisa Jackson.
Lisa Jackson, 589 Trumpet Street, Southwest. Good evening. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Morgan, Mr. Jaffe, and Mr. Hammer for responding to my recent emails. Also, the building department for responding to my questions. I'm grateful y'all took the time. Tonight, I'm here to address a deep concern I have over the rapid loss of wildlife habitat in Palm Bay, in particular scrub jays and gopher tortoises, and also sandhill cranes, all threatened and protected species in the state of Florida. It's a known fact that scrub jays, endemic to Florida, are losing vital habitat due to overdevelopment. They don't have money to purchase their homes, yet they're caught in the crosshairs of the city looking at revenue and developers looking at profit, so they lose out. Humans are the reason their numbers are diminishing, so humans have the power to help them. Will you change the rules a bit so the wildlife can thrive? We used to hear birdsong in the morning. Now we hear sirens and sounds of construction. So tonight, City Council, everyone here, and those watching online, I'm asking for your help. I need more of you to stand up beside me and speak up for the wildlife and habitat, if it's something you care about. The tree codes state that we value our trees, yet more and more are being cut down. Thomas Fuller wrote, "He who plants trees loves others besides himself." I would offer to our city officials, caring for the trees and wildlife shows the citizens that you care about our community. That revenue and profit may be important, but not as important as life, wildlife, threatened species life, trees, habitat, people. Scrub jays nest between March and June. Recently, I learned there's a take fee developers can pay the city if there's a possibility of a scrub jay nesting on the lot they want to clear. This fee allows them to clear the lot anyway. The fee pays for conservation land elsewhere. Gopher tortoises simply get relocated. So here's some thoughts. Place a moratorium on all lot clearing from March to June when birds are nesting. Give all of them a chance to thrive. Surely developers can wait a few months. There are plenty of lots that have already been cleared that have been left empty. Second, I propose that we eliminate the take fee. Species are not expendable. Paying for their demise should not even be considered. It may be an agreement the city has with other organizations, but it doesn't make it okay. It makes it sound heartless. So I would ask, where is your heart? Where's your compassion? Your passion for something other than money? We don't need a developer to create green space. We have that. We need them to respect the green spaces we have. Maybe think outside the box a minute. Maybe develop a way that doesn't destroy everything in its path, but appreciates what's already here. Please consider changing the rules to help our wildlife thrive for a change. Thank you very much.
Eileen Sepp.
Good evening. Eileen Sepp, 34-year resident of 1230 Friel Road Northeast. The first item I'd like to discuss is the senior center and what you're talking about. This is a Parks Department property, and I went to the event that Susan Sherman held where she met with the people to explain what was happening. There were almost 300 senior citizens there. I think you need to take into consideration that as of the last census, the largest demographic in this city is senior citizens. We have one facility. When I go to Tony Rosa, where I used to play basketball, there's nobody in that building. Are we going to charge them more, extra rent? Who's paying for the facilities that we have other people using? It's really not fair, because every single one of you agreed that this was a waste of city money. I totally disagree with that. Item number 2 on the school zones. I was interviewed by Channel 6, and they neglected to show the picture of the dividing line signs that are effective, 84% compared to 33% on the cameras. I gave Councilman Hammer a picture of it. I really think you should consider doing that, because you cannot miss these signs. When you drive past them, you don't want to scratch your car. You are going to slow down. If you've ever driven on A1A going north from the causeway, they just have poles and people slow down. So if safety is the main goal in these school zones, you don't need cameras. You don't need aggravating people. You don't need tracking anything. The other thing you can do is paint in the road warnings or put bumper brakes so people know when they're in entering and leaving the school zone. That will do a lot more than those cameras. Another request I have is, since we're not going to have a budget advisory board, I would like you to consider publishing all invoices, requisitions, disbursements, receipts, and contracts by department, that how we spend our money here, because apparently they're trying to charge people ridiculous amounts of money when they request that. Nobody will have to look it up. It will be posted on the website, and that will solve that problem. This morning, Judy Trandle and I went to check out the biochar down in Stewart, and looks like I don't have enough time to go through all of that. But I would like to talk to you some about it, because if you demand that new developers use biochar instead of fertilizer, you will be saving so much of our water supply. Thank you.
Pat Dalbro.
Good evening, Pat Dalper, 410 Georges Avenue Northeast. The first thing I want to do is do a shout out to Essential Pregnancy in Bayside. They began in 2021, and they saw a need and filled the gap. Since they've been in operation, they have saved over 450 lives. They offer free pregnancy tests, ultrasounds, education options, online parenting classes, post-abortion recovery for both women and men, and it's definitely a place to change lives. They've been doing a lot of good work. They also have expanded where there's Embrace Grace programs that reach out to single women, one at Centerpoint, one at Calvary, and one at Life Point. So I just wanted to let Joanne know that she's appreciated. I have a suggestion. I talked to Lisa a couple times, and we seem to have a problem. There's not enough people for code enforcement and to check on things that are going on in the city. So I thought that maybe we could have like a citizen volunteer groups and have like a couple citizens in each neighborhood that could go around and just, well, have a workshop first before so they know what they're doing. Checking on codes and helping neighbors to understand the ordinances, and so that we can keep our neighborhoods looking good. Also, as far as homeowners clearing lots and building, so that many times, code enforcement doesn't get out to see what's going on. So that would be, in my perspective, helpful for them. So that's just an idea. And also adding on to what Pastor Mark said about the election, it's a very important election. It is April 1st. If people don't know, it's only going to be a week of early voting, and you must register for a mail-in ballot every year. It's no longer, you sign up once and year after year. So you have to do that by March 20th. Any more information, you can go to Supervisor of Elections site and they'll give you more details. Thank you.
John Mellis.
How you guys doing? Name's John Malachi, representing Local 2446 Palm Bay Professional Firefighters. And I just wanted to thank you guys on what you've been doing for us in the past couple of years. A lot of the city doesn't realize like the extrication equipment that we've gotten. What is it, in May we're going to take, I guess we'll be getting delivery of 3 new brush trucks, and which they'll be utilized as high water vehicles during a flood time. I got to thank procurement. I mean, they're pains in a little bit, but they do a great job. I mean, working with our staff, they make sure we get the best deals. And the city's budget, you guys are strict. It's tough on us, but it's definitely an honest system. That's for sure. Our new tender that we're getting also taking delivery in potentially May. And then our training division. We are so grateful in our training division that's been implemented in the past year. With our new hired groups, it's made a huge difference. The EMS training, we're providing, the best care. I mean, going back last month, we had a pretty critical structure fire. And that same day, we had a scenario that we did in training that was almost identical to that fire. And it made all the difference in the world and saved a lot of property. So I just wanted to let the citizens know that your money's being spent well. And we're appreciative for everything you get for us. And that's it. Thank you, sir.
Alfie Agari.
Good night, Mr. Mayor, Council, and staff. I am Alfie Agari from 1680 Main Street. I have a code enforcement case. I want to share some of these paperwork.
Just okay. I'll grab.
These are 3 different cases. This is a big file, but this is one copy here, sir. I got
You have to speak on the mic, sir.
Yeah, those.
Leave them on and then pass them. Okay.
I am Alfie Gar from 1680 Main Street, a long-time resident from this community here. I came to Palm Bay in 1985, and this code violation in question for this industrial property I have up there in Northeast Palm Bay, I've been occupied these property for over 30 years. And for the past 20 years, I've been getting violation on them for various reasons. 90% is the same violation. About 2009, about that time, I had given the city the privilege of putting a lift station on my property. I don't know if you guys know what a lift station is. A lift station have such a high odor. I actually sacrificed my property to make Palm Bay put a lift station on it. In return, I was told, and if one of those paperwork, it says amnesty on it. I got the go ahead with a site plan that I could occupy my property from now on and not getting any more violation. And if you notice some of these paperwork, I got 10 violations each 3 years. We got violation, keep going and going. So I'm very disappointed to know how we are being treated in this community where this is concerned. I think it's outrageous and it's not fair for me to occupy this place and having so much violation going on. So I am asking the council today to dismiss this case of violation, or at least give me some more time that I can get some more document to prove my innocence of this violation notice. This is not right. So, as I said, I think this should be dismissed because it's wrongfully, stated. It wrongfully served. I don't know the problem with Ms. Valerie where I'm concerned, but I think I've been targeted and treated worse than a stepchild in the city. So I would like the council to look into this or give me some more time to get this thing resolved. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Ken Delgado.
Ken Delgado, 154 Angelo Road, Southeast in the city of Palm Bay. Thank you again for serving. I just want to, first of all, say I'm really excited today. Today, I have shaved off 2 minutes from getting from my church to here. I shaved it off from 37 minutes down to 35, which means it's 0.21 miles per minute. That means about 13 miles an hour to get here on time. And so I'm just happy that I shaved off 2 minutes out of that long drive for 7.5 miles. Amen. Other than that, I just want to remind everybody that as in the Constitution, we do believe the freedom of religion. And that means that we should support anybody the right to either to follow a religion, their religion, or no religion. That being said, I'd like to also add that even Jesus Christ believes it should not be forced on anybody, because he said, if you're thirsty, come to me. Or if you're hungry, come to me. He didn't say, I'm going to shove it down your mouth. I'm going to make you drink. No, he said, if you're hungry, come to me. And I believe today that people are hungry and thirsty. And the great thing about the gospel is that Jesus Christ works with us from the inside out instead of us trying to change from the outside in. We have many, many laws, but that doesn't stop anybody from breaking the laws. Laws are broken all the time. So laws does not change the heart. There is one person who changes the heart. It's Jesus Christ. He changes the heart because he loves humanity. He loves you. He loves me. And my purpose every time we meet here is just to share a little bit of that love to y'all. If you believe on him, you will be forgiven. He will join himself to you, and he'll start changing your life from the inside out. I know that because that's what he did to me. I'd be divorced had it not been that at age 28, my wife and I gave our lives to Jesus Christ, and in 24 hours, he restored the marriage. Thank you for listening. God bless you.
Kristen Lanzana.
Sorry, I'm a little shorter. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and fellow citizens. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity once again to stand before you tonight, not only as a concerned member of the community, but as someone who believes deeply in the principles of transparency, accountability, and public involvement. In my previous remarks, I've emphasized the need for dedicated public discussion about the flock camera system, and to be clear, this is not the school zone cameras. This program, while presented as a tool for public safety, raises broader concerns about the extent that extend far beyond Palm Bay. This is not simply a local matter, it is a part of a nationwide surveillance initiative. Given the significant implications of mass surveillance technology, it is critical that we as a community have an open and informed dialogue about its potential impacts. What concerns me most is the absence of public involvement or even notification prior to the implementation of this program. Transparency should not be an afterthought. The residents of Palm Bay deserve to be informed and given a chance to weigh in before decisions of this magnitude are made. Additionally, I have been actively pursuing public records to better understand the contracts and agreements surrounding the flock system. However, I was met with a $100 fee that was later reduced to $50, but this was just to initiate the process, without a clear estimate of what the final cost would be to get the data. This lack of clarity raises questions. Why is accessing public information so difficult and expensive? I have specifically requested these records be provided digitally to avoid printing fees, yet the financial burden remains. Finally, despite my repeated requests, there has been no acknowledgement or commitment from the council to place flock cameras on a future agenda for formal discussion. The silence on this matter is disheartening. If this technology is truly in the best interest of our community, then there should be no hesitation in allowing the public a platform to voice our thoughts and ask questions. Tonight, I respectfully ask the council once again, will you sponsor a formal agenda item for the next meeting to discuss the flock camera system? Will you commit to fostering a transparent, inclusive dialogue with the residents you serve? That's all I have to say. Cannot get an answer though.
Does that conclude your comments?
That does, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, instead, city staff members are here and available to step outside with the members of the public to discuss these administrative matters. If an issue can't be addressed immediately, the city manager's office will contact the speaker within 3 business days. Deputy Mayor?
Connor, it's hard to read the last name.
Hello, members of the city. Sorry.
You got this, buddy.
Hello,
Just
members
relax.
of the Palm Bay City Council. My name is Connor Yance. I'm speaking here today not just for myself, but for my generation and those to come after me. Today is my 13th birthday, and I certainly do not want to be out here for the reason that I am. I am here to share my concerns about the flock camera system. These cameras have started as simple license plate scanners, but history shows how easily surveillance can be expanded. In countries like the UK and China, similar systems began with scanning license plates, but over time, they evolved into mass surveillance networks. In the UK, people are tracked everywhere they go, and fines are issued automatically. In China, it went even further. Facial recognition technology now controls people's access to everyday necessities, like buying food or traveling. What starts as security can quickly become control. I want to be clear. I respect law enforcement, and for those who work to keep our community safe. Both of my grandfathers served the city, one as a direct fire chief and the other as a police officer. Their service taught me importance of protecting both public and safety of the individual's freedoms. That's why I'm speaking today, because I believe that we can do both without sacrificing our Fourth Amendment rights. I'm only 13. In 3 years, I'll have a driver's license, but even now, I feel like my Fourth Amendment rights, my rights to privacy and freedoms from unreasonable searches, are being chipped away. While I understand the desire to prevent crime, I have to ask, is this really making us safer, or are we following the same path as those countries? Benjamin Franklin once said, those who give up small security for temporary freedom deserve neither security nor freedoms. So today, I'm asking everyone who believes in protecting our rights and privacy to stand against the flock cameras. And for those who do not stand, I hope you reconsider what freedom really means. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy birthday.
Christy Reed.
Good evening. We missed you a couple weeks ago. I have something here for the council, and I've been asking you to go. We have what we call our Gold Cup series for BMX coming up next Sunday. It will be at St. Cloud BMX. We would like you to come and see what we do because you don't know what we do. Most of you think it's doing bike flips, going out to the skate park, riding bikes. It is not. It is racing a bicycle, a 20-inch or 24-inch bike, doing anywhere from 30 to 40 miles an hour coming off that hill. You know, we would like to have that track here. We would like that Supercross track here where we can bring in 3,000 to 5,000 people 2 to 3 times a year. We have been talking with the Grapefruit Trails, with Brevard Mountain Bike, and we could do some joint things with them where you could bring in a weekend close to $2 million worth of revenue. Food, lodging, fuel, groceries. That's a lot of money that will come in. A lot of these people, I know a lot of the pros in our BMX community have moved to where we have Supercross tracks. They bring in many people to come in and train, to use that track, to work with personal trainers to get fit and ready to rock and roll. But we would just like for you to come out next Sunday and see what we do. We're expecting between 500 and 600 people, probably 250 riders from across the Southeast. This is what we call a Southeast National. It's people from the Southeast running. We plate 3 plates at the end of the season, which is in September. But we would just like for y'all to come out and see it. See what we're fighting to get. You've got a lot of riders here in Palm Bay. You may not know it, but I know there's at least 30 BMX riders here that are taking their money outside of this city 3 to 4 times a week. Buying gas, buying food, spending their time away from here. Putting a track in, that won't happen. They'll stay home more often. So thank you. I'm going to bring these up to you, sir.
Thank you.
And the address is on there also. Thank you, gentlemen.
James Monaco.
Hello, I'm James Monaco, 811 Chickasaw Avenue. I'm a BMX racer. Yes, I travel all over. I spend all my hard-earned money that I make here in Brevard County, pretty much Melbourne and Palm Bay. Not only in our state, but other states as well. And bringing a Supercross track isn't just bringing BMX. We want to really build a cycling area, cycling center. Myself, as I go to the Grapefruit Trails and meet more and more people. They have trails in their neighborhoods, Miami, West Palm, Tampa. But they're like, we don't have dirt jumps like this. We don't have place to go ride like this. It's like one guy thought maybe his local bike shop sold him the wrong bike. I'm like, your neighborhood riding is Dyer Park. It's cross country. That's what they sold you. So it's like any of us, even buying a car. You didn't go buy the Mustang with the 4-cylinder motor to go race NASCAR. You got to buy the correct vehicle to get on the way. So this gentleman thought he had the wrong bike. I'm like, no, your local dealer sold you a bike that was for your local trails. So we showed him some different bikes, everything from $1,200 dirt jumper up to a $10,000 slope style. The poor gentleman about had a stroke, but he was like, I see the difference. I see the options. Not only with the BMX track and about the racing, it's education. I see kids every day, all of us do, no helmet. I seen a mom today on an e-bike and really an electric motorized bike. She wasn't pedaling, she wasn't nothing. She was either twisting the throttle or hitting the button. Her feet are flying off the bike, and she's got a child on the back, no helmet. To me, that bike should have had a license. I need a license for my bike. Just because it has a motor doesn't make a difference on what size it is. I still have to have a license to drive it. So education for kids, understanding why you have to have a helmet, understanding rules of the road. Why are the trails? Why are the jump lines? Why are the BMX tracks? Why do they all have a direction? Because if not, we'd run into each other. Just like Orlando, when they built all these new, great, wonderful highways, it was going to make all the traffic better. Next thing you know, people are running into each other. Because the signage, maybe because of the direction of the road. Now some of these overpasses are crisscrossing traffic patterns, and we're not used to, if you're going east and all of a sudden you're into the westbound lane, like
Thank you.
what, traffic patterns.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Robert Stice.
Good evening, Robert Stice, 1796 Winbrook Drive Southeast. I have a couple of older items I need some help with council. About 3 years or so, we had the city do a traffic study with regard to right outside Summerfield HOA. It's not just a 90-degree turn, it's an L-shaped turn that's resulted in that particular area since the 8 years that I've been here, 5 deaths, including a fiery crash. This all can be prevented. Now, what's happened after this, working with a previous city manager, after the traffic study, we had 2 radar units installed where my Summerfield HOA gate is. We had one to the south on the sidewalk and then one to the north. The one to the north has been missing a part, or part has been ordered back in May. Now, I know we've had some headcount issues and what have you, but I don't know if procurement can help out or utilities, but sooner or later, is that part still available? Is it out of stock? Is there a new part? We have to get that up and running. It's been 10 months. Also, so I would ask, even, I guess the problem I have as well is that when there's a change in headcount or somebody comes in for somebody else that has left the city, it seems like things that were working just fall down. How do we have that consistency in a process to move forward when you have multiple people venturing in and out? So if we can look at that as well. Also, Palm Bay Finance has been great to work with, and once we get that up, I'm telling you, council, that people going around there at 55, 60 miles an hour. I know part of this project was to raise some of the roadway street side, kind of like, i.e. the Daytona 500, as you're at a high rate of speed, that there's more stability in that vehicle going around that end. Because what the teenagers or the young adults were doing is they were talking about the challenge going around there is 85 miles an hour. If you could do it at 85 miles an hour, you're a heck of a driver. Well, add a little bit of rain and add the one distraction everybody has, that cell phone that nobody can pull down, and people are getting killed. This is something that's preventable that we could work on. So again, if you would take that into due consideration, and please, I don't want to have to come up here the next several months talking about the same thing. So if somebody can get back to me and work with me on that, again, I try to put safety issues pretty hard. Um, you know, when I work Meals on Wheels, I see them all over the place. But one in particular, if I'm going down Jupiter and I make a left turn on DeGroot, there are two houses right there on the right. They have the cinder blocks up, and they have the aluminum top structure. They've been have not been worked on in 2 years. So somebody can look at that.
Butch Arend.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Butchell ran 219 Trenton Avenue. First thing I have is the turn lane at Malabar East and Babcock South. You're going to turn onto Babcock going south is in dire need of repairs. There's large holes right at the right hand side. Turn lane on the Malabar side, turning right going south on Babcock. Right in front of that little, there's a strip mall there where they were going to put the car wash, and it did get finished. Just to back up on the gentleman who was talking about the Pledge of Allegiance, there is a law that requires students to say the Pledge of Allegiance. It's a Florida statute. I had it written down, but I didn't bring it with me. The only way they can be excused is for the parent to send a letter to the school. Then that student can be removed from the classroom while the pledge is being said, then come back into the classroom. When are we going to look realistically at a building moratorium on these large housing complexes? These apartment buildings with hundreds of apartments in them. When are we going to look and see, when can we say stop? Our roads can't handle it. Our services can't handle it. Fire, police, ambulance response time, just right out here on the way to council tonight. Fire truck is trying to go west on Malabar. He can't get through. There's nowhere for the traffic to go. He finally got through and they proceeded on to where they went, and good luck to him. So I'm not talking about commercial. Build all the commercial you want to get built, but stop with these 300 home developments and multiple apartments. It's just, we can't take it. Just like the gentleman said, he cut 2 minutes off his drive up here. The other thing, last meeting I asked about sanctions on council members who have an ethics violation. I got no response. I heard one person say Butch, and that was it. If there's someone on staff that can answer this for me, I'd be glad to sit down with them. They can give me a call, phone numbers on the thing there. Other than that, that's all I got.
Thank
you. Guys have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Connolly.
Good evening, Council. Susan Connolly, 3901 Dixie Highway Northeast. Tonight, I'm here on behalf of the Palm Bay Sustainability Advisory Board, of which I've been a member since 2017. I want to highlight that many of the people you've heard talk tonight, Lisa Jackson, Bill Batten, Judy Trandle, Eileen Sepp, Thomas Gom, who isn't here, are just a few of the citizens that have come before our Palm Bay Sustainability Advisory Board with the same issues that they're bringing before council as well. What we're doing is incorporating many of these into our Sustainability Action Plan, which we're revising and will be coming before council soon. And also looking for working with community groups on resolutions and ways to assist and make changes. We've also had Miss Lisa Frazier come and present about gray structure and green infrastructure and educate us. And that's why I'm here tonight. This is just part of what we do. Is we have an educational program. We listen to citizens and help them. And coming up at our monthly meeting in March 26th, I want to personally invite each one of you to attend because Mr. Potts, who is the architect for Building E, is coming to present all the sustainable features in the building. I'm so excited to hear about this. And also, this meeting is open to the public. So, citizens who are listening to me now, please come. Again, March 26th, right here in the Palm Bay City Council chambers. And I think this is one of the ways that citizens can learn not only what money the city is spending, but what money the city is saving through incorporating many of these sustainable development practices. Thank you all.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
That concludes the speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor, before we move on, sir, first off, thank you for this in regards to efficiency. I don't know if you wrote it up or whoever wrote it up, but thank you for efficiency. But to add to efficiency, I'm just seeing a common trend of every 2 weeks, people coming up, sharing their concerns or things that are unaddressed. And we are full-time workers, and those concerns are justified, whether it's concerns on growth, which I will be more than happy to entertain a multifamily moratorium again, or if it's on stuff that was unaddressed by staff. But for efficiency's sake, I would love for us just to have an email trend from all the stuff that's been brought up on public comments to go to all the council so everybody's on the same page of what's been moved on. We're seeing slides showing one story, we're hearing words showing another story. So if we could just have it all on record and email to all of us, so that way we know we're moving timely and effectively. I think that's the best way to be effective in here and outside of here, sir.
Thank you. Duly noted by the county manager, or as you were, city. Mr. Morgan? Yeah, I guess I'm not speaking prophetically over your life, sir. But I'm just saying it's duly noted, correct?
I think that's a really fine idea. I think that
thank
would
you.
be beneficial.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Councilman Johnson. We're now on consent. Deputy Mayor? Does council wish to push any?
I would like to
pull any consent items?
I would like to make a motion for the approval of consent agendas with the removals of items 2, 3, 11, 12, and 13.
And I would like to add 7 to that as well.
And 7.
I want to add 8 and 9.
And 8 and 9.
So I've got a motion by Councilman Johnson for consent. Well, I should read it the other way. For approval of the consent agenda 1, 4, 5, 6, 8. Oh no, 5, 6, 10. Yes. 10, 14, 15, 16. That's correct. So with the removals of 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, and 13. I need a second.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Langevin. Any discussion about all these removals?
I have a discussion, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I would just make the suggestion, item number 2 is going to be discussed in depth later in the meeting, as far as something that's going to be on new business. And then I believe this is like counterintuitive to the efficiency we just mentioned 2 minutes ago. That's all I have to say on it.
Yeah. So
point taken.
Yeah.
So
right now I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Langevin.
To that point, I'm pulling it for the public, so it's not for my sake. So with that, I'm fine with just discussing it in new business. So I would pull item
Can
number
you
2.
just remove that?
Yes.
One from
Yeah. So If you remove your second.
I would like to remove 7 as well.
Okay. So I'll amend my motion to remove items 2 and 7. And then I need a second.
Do I still have a second on that?
Yeah, I also have a second on that.
Okay, so let me take this from the top now. Okay. I've got a motion to remove items 3, 11, 12, or 3, 8, 9, 11, 12, and 13.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have a second, correct? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed
Nay.
signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Passes 3-2. I
Mayor?
agree with you, Deputy Mayor.
Mayor.
Yes, carry on.
Resolution 2025-11, a resolution of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending Resolution 2024-30, adopting rates, charges, and fees for fiscal year 2024 through 2025, pursuant to the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, Title 9, General Regulations, Chapter 96, Florida Building Code, rescinding resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict herewith, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. We're now on public hearings item number 1. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2025-07, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, providing for the naming of a private drive located within lots 9 to 14, Cisna Park at Stellar Circle Southwest, providing for the drive to remain private, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I'm going to open up the public hearing and defer to Mr. Morgan.
Yes, you see an exhibit up on the screen, and if there's any questions, Lisa Frazier, our growth management director, would be happy to answer any questions.
This is the final reading, gentlemen. Are there any questions from staff? Seeing none, anyone wish to speak for or against this item? And we're on public hearing number 1. Anyone wishes to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Madam Smith, we're on item number 2.
Ordinance 2025-10, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 5, Legislative, Chapter 52, Boards, Subchapter, Sustainability Advisory Board, by revising provisions related to the board's duties and responsibilities, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Mayor, this is the second reading of this ordinance, and staff's available if there are any questions.
Any questions, council? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the audience, anyone wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Langevin, seconded by Councilman Hammer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We're now on public hearing item number 3. Madam Smith.
The following item is quasi-judicial in nature. Public hearings agenda item number 3. Any person who wishes to testify on such a matter must sign a speaker card which contains a sworn oath to tell the truth. Any speaker may be subject to cross-examination by the counsel or any other interested party. Attorneys who are appearing on behalf of a party and not providing testimonial evidence are not considered witnesses and need not be sworn. Any individual addressing the council must state his or her name and confirm that a speaker card has been signed. The order of this proceeding will be as follows. First, staff will make its presentation, followed by the applicant, then any other interested party. The applicant will then be allowed concluding remarks. The hearing will then be closed, and no additional testimony or argument will be allowed. The council will then deliberate in public. At the end of deliberation, a council member will make a motion on the application to bring the matter to a vote. Every council member is then free to vote in favor or against the motion. Each council member must disclose any ex parte communication by disclosing the subject matter of the communication and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place. Resolution 2025-08, a resolution of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, granting a conditional use for an educational institution in LI, Light Industrial Warehousing District zoning, which property is located south of and adjacent to Treeland Boulevard in the vicinity east of San Felipe Boulevard and legally described herein. Granting the use as a conditional use, providing for a commencement period, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to defer to Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, our growth management director, Lisa Frazier, will give an overview. I do note that the applicant's representative is also here.
Good evening, Council. Treeland Property Owner LLC, represented by Kelly Delmonico, who made it from the traffic on I-95, good job, has submitted a conditional use request to allow an educational institution known as Brevard Nursing Academy in the Light Industrial and Warehousing District. The subject property is a 3.7 acre site with over 35,000 square feet. Commercial building. It's an existing building. It is currently vacant. And this is located at 1470 Treeland Boulevard Southeast. The site was originally developed as the Florida Education and Research Foundation Brevard Lab site in 1994-95. So it's a reuse of an existing building. Currently, Brevard Nursing Academy has been operating on Robert J. Conlon Boulevard. It is now under new management, and the Academy would like to relocate to allow room for expansion in hopes of including additional technical and trade schools. They would like to stay within Palm Bay, and we'd like them to stay within Palm Bay. I will allow Kelly to give you a little bit more insight into what they're proposing, but just to let you know, this conditional uses are generally a site planning tool to make sure that that particular use is still buffering and applicable to where they're being located. In this instance, it's access, it's buffers, and it's already established by this existing building. So we are very excited about this opportunity. Thank you, Kelly. I'm sorry, Mayor. That's your job.
There you go. She's going to present. Step right up, man.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Delmonico. I'm a planning consultant for the applicant, that is Brevard Nursing Academy. So as Lisa said, I'm glad she gave that introduction for me. Brevard Nursing Academy was established in Palm Bay off of R.J. Conlon in 2017, 2018. And at the time, it had about 30 students. So they handle LPN, CNA, and home health aides. So these are programs that take anywhere from a few weeks to a few months to get people certified to move on to be employees for various companies and uses and individuals. So it was purchased in 2024 by my current client, who now owns Brevard Nursing Academy. And they have now taken this site and they have up to 80 students, and they're just bursting at the seams at this point. So the new Treeland location.
Ma'am,
Sure.
what are the client's name? Your client's name?
John Giuliano.
Okay. Thank you.
So they're the company that he is with owns Brevard Nursing Academy, and they're also working on, they have a contract for sale for the purchase of this property, which is of course contingent upon them obtaining a conditional use approval to operate the school at this location. So what they're doing is this location, they're going right now from 6,000 square feet to 35,000 square feet, and they can go from 12 employees to up to 50 employees. And right now they're at 80 students, and they're hoping to have up to 400 students. And there's day classes, night classes, different times of the day that are flexible for the schedules of the students. So they've applied to the state for this new location to add 4 new programs, and that is HVAC tech, welding tech, electrician, and massage therapy. And so along with that, they're looking at a name change. So obviously Brevard Nursing Academy doesn't work for HVAC tech. So they're looking to get approved for the name Coastal Technical Institute. So that would open the door for this. Also, what they really want to see is for obtaining national accreditation and they can do that at this larger facility, and that allows students access to student loans and Pell Grants, things like that. So the trades are desperate for qualified employees at this point. So approval of the conditional use will lead to new jobs for the people working there, but also it will spin off into all sorts of new employees for the jobs that are looking to fill their roles. And I'm happy to answer whatever questions you have.
So this national accreditation issue is huge, right? Because it's also an opportunity for our veteran population to be able to get stipends for voc rehab, and there are benefits for veterans. So that's interesting because a lot of veterans would like to get those trades and move right into work. So thank you for that.
Correct.
Any questions of the applicant, gentlemen?
No, I have no questions. I just have a statement to make. Zach Julian, I believe, is a broker involved in this deal.
Yes.
Had called me about 2 weeks ago just to educate me on the project. So just informing the group that I had a conversation with Zach Julian.
Okay.
Yeah, when I heard Brevard Nursing Academy, I've attended some of the graduations over the past, and they afforded medical professions to otherwise students that wouldn't be able to be accepted into, higher learning facilities. They worked with them to get those degrees. So I was really motivated. Miss Pendergrass is who led that effort back in the day, and she actually passed away overseas. If I'm in somewhere overseas in Dubai, yes, sir. So we understand the idea of vocation in our city, and this is a good project. So thank you. But I didn't have any discussion with the prior owner, like the deputy mayor. I just wanted to share that I did have a relationship with the previous owner.
Sure.
Any questions? Thank you.
You're
Speaker
welcome.
cards.
Public hearing.
Speaker cards.
We're on public hearing. I have
No,
cards.
for this item.
No, Mayor.
No publics, no speakers. Okay. So that concluded your comments, ma'am? Okay. I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved.
I got a motion by Councilman
Second.
Johnson, seconded by Councilman Hammer. Any further discussion, gentlemen? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Item number 4, Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2025-11, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 1, Block 2425, Port Malabar Unit 45, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 22, page 18 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing and defer to Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Mayor, Member City Council, representative from Public Works, or City Engineer could give you a quick overview.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. This is a request to vacate easement. The north 10 feet of the south 20 foot of a public utility and drainage easement. Do you have any specific questions? This is at 706 Hunan Street, Northeast.
I don't. Does council have any specific questions?
No, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Is the applicant here?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Wendy Cosentino, the better half of Paul and Wendy. We're trying to request a 10-foot vacated easement. The existing pole and screen enclosure that we have there right now only has about 6 inches on the back side. So we're the safety of our grandchildren.
6 inches.
6 inches.
From, wow.
Right. So they try to get back there, which is not very safe. And for maintaining the pole and the screen, it's a little difficult.
So we're hoping that this vacate can extend that so that we can have a little bit more safety and solve the issue of maintenance.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
Well, thank you.
Any questions of the applicant, gentlemen?
No, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Please step forward. Master Chief.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. I'm a firm believer in homeowners being able to use their land, but I have noticed a trend in why we're having to have such a large increase in requesting of variances because they need a little bit more room before they meet the boundaries of their property. So Bill Batten, being the type of person he is saying this is the perfect example or the perfect reason why we need some of the rural residential land, so we're not trying to put these ideal homes on the small lots instead of the ideal homes on a lot that they fit on, right? So when we start requesting smaller and smaller lots to get a higher density, that means more and more variances and more compacting of structures on the landmass. Last night at P&Z, we had individuals requesting 100% variances to put carports on. I'm just trying to bring that out, that maybe we should have been looking back and saying, well, maybe we do need some more of these bigger lots instead of the small, compact lots that we're stuck with now. Thank you very much. And I won't come up again on the next item because it would have been the same statement to make the meeting go. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, City Manager.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yes, Mayor and Council, just clarification. This is not a variance proceeding. This is a vacation of a public utility easement so that the homeowner can use that, and it's consistent with our policies over a very long period of time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Any further discussion, gentlemen? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We are now on item number 5. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2025-12, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 15, Block 1500, Port Malabar Unit 31, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 17, page 32 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing and defer to Mr. Morgan, who already has a staffer on hand.
Yes, Mayor, members of council, this is very similar to the previous item, and our interim Public Works Director, Christine Sullivan, is able to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions, council? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the audience if there's anyone wish to speak for or against this item. I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Hammer. Any further discussion, gentlemen? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We're now on consent items. Item number 3. Who pulled item number 3?
Mr. Batten.
Mayor, would you like me to read the caption first?
Carry on. I thought you had already.
Resolution 2025-12, a resolution of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, authorizing a temporary pre-application fee waiver, providing for implementing administrative actions, providing for the duration of the program, providing for the repeal of resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict herewith, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Madam Smith. Read the caption.
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, who pulled this one?
Mr. Batten.
Oh, he can't pull. You pulled.
Well, I pulled it,
Okay.
but on behalf of the residents, sir.
Okay. So what is it that you want to discuss?
I would like for Mr. Batten to come up. There's plenty of times where there's been stuff that's slipped by staff and even council. So I think getting his feedback on a lot of these items will be very impactful and helpful in discussion and decisions.
Master Chief.
I just point of order, Mayor.
Yes,
I think our council procedures limits public comments at this time. That was done prior to during the beginning of the meeting. Can I get confirmation on that?
Yeah, yes, that is correct. It should be done under public comments.
Okay, as you were, Master Chief.
Public comments. I called to speak on it, but so be it. Really didn't want to hear from the public. I understand.
Perhaps I can help a little bit
Yes, sir.
with this one. As indicated in your staff report, this is an opportunity for some commercial and industrial development incentive. The council has very clearly wanted staff to do all we can at a staff level to seek job creation and development. And so this would provide opportunity for not having a $250 pre-application conference fee for growth management to bring all of the different departments together at the front end of a proposed commercial industrial development. So it's a small incentive, but again, we want to encourage those that are job creators to come and locate in the city of Palm Bay. So staff's very much in favor of this item.
So just to readdress it, and that waiver would be zero cost?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We are now on item number 8.
Okay, that was me, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Could we start? Could I just get a explanation on what this is from the appropriate member from staff, Mayor?
Mr. Morgan?
Yes, we could have Ibis Camacho, our Assistant Director from Community Economic Development. This is a receipt of funds, federal funds through Brevard County for those affordable housing purposes, but she can give more detail.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Good evening,
Madam
Council.
Ibis?
Good evening. So every year we receive funding from Brevard County to run our home program and to administer those home grants. As you'll notice, this year, for this particular amount, if you will go to page 15, our home allocation is going to be $221,394.24. Then you have carry forward program income that we received, and then the grand total. So this is what makes up the grand total. We already have projects that we've moved upon with that carry forward. It's just what's left, and we do a reconciliation with the county before they draw up the agreement and send it to us. Any questions that I can answer?
I'll yield to Councilman Langevin, who has questions.
Could you go into any depth on some of these projects so we have a better understanding?
Sure, absolutely. So last year, I believe it was in the fall, the previous council had approved the 6 lots that we were going to donate to Macedonia over in the Northview area, which is the northeast section of the city. Now there's 2 lots out of the 6. There's 2 lots that already have triplexes on them. They're in pretty bad shape. And so they requested $370,000 from home funds. As you know, there's an environmental review that has to go up to the county and then to HUD through their system. That does take some time. There's a subsidy layering, a market analysis that has to go into that. So that's one of them. The other one is a triplex on Washington, and that has been moving along. I believe it's more than 50% complete. And that should be finished up before the summer, actually in the beginning of the summertime. Then we have a Choto project with CHI, Community Housing Initiative, and those are 5 single family lots that go throughout the city for infill. And she's constructed, well, CHI has constructed 2, has sold them. There was some first-time home buyer monies, and so that's moving along. She has 3 more homes to do. um, on Selena, South Over, and Washington. And those are some of them. Then we have some first time home buyer monies attached to that through CHI. Then, of course, you have community housing development, which is SHOTO funds, and that has to be slated 15%.
Now, are there requirements?
Yeah.
Specific
Yes.
requirements.
Those are the set asides for CHOTO is 15% from the allocation, administrative, and of course the county has to get paid as well because they help us administer those funds. They take the lead on it. And so those are going to be your two basic set asides, which is your admin and your CHOTO dollars.
So these are rentals at the end of the day, or do people eventually get to own these? How does that work?
So the CHOTO 5 single family homes, those are for first time home buyer, for families that are 80% and below AMI. The triplex, that's going to be for rental. And the hope of the city and the intent was, and this was one of the very first projects where we put that the city's going to donate 6 lots, but that's going to be in perpetuity. So if those units on those 6 lots, once they're constructed, don't stay affordable, then they have to give us back the money or give us back. It reverts back. It's through the deed. So those are going to be for rental, and then the triplex, those are also for rental, but those don't have in perpetuity. Those have a year, a certain amount.
So for the ones that are for rental, who does the city of Palm Bay own those? Does the county own those? Who owns those?
So the rental ones, they belong to Macedonia, but we will be monitoring every year to make sure that they are staying affordable, sir, and making sure that the property standards are there.
Okay. Before I talk, does anyone else have any questions?
No, sir.
Okay.
Not any. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you. That's all the questions I have. So the reason I pulled this item, it obviously is a righteous cause, and I do appreciate the hard work that staff's put into it. And this may be one of those where I'm alone, but with everything that's going on right now at the federal level, and with this being federal funding, and just my personal beliefs that I don't believe the federal government should be involved this far into the local level. And that the government at all really shouldn't be providing housing. That's a free market ideology. So I'm just going to be a no on it tonight, and that's why I pulled it. But I understand that the rest of the council doesn't feel that way. So,
Okay, I need a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson.
Second.
Got a second by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Councilman Johnson?
I understand where Councilman Langerman's coming from. My thing was more so back to when Deputy Mayor Felix was on the board, of just the efficiency and effectiveness of the funds. So I'm hoping that we can get, more effective projects moving forward. So that's all, Mayor.
Copy that. Deputy Mayor?
I mean, most of this was already approved prior to us being here, and all they're asking for is a little bit extra to see it through the finish line.
Right.
So thank you.
I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nate?
Passes 4-1. Item number 9.
yeah, same thing. And I'll just save my comment, and we can move forward with it.
I need a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson,
Second.
seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
Nate?
Okay, so passes 4-1. Okay. So we're now on item. No. Any opposed say nay. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah. No, it's 3. It's not 3-2. It's 4-1. I'm
Okay.
the aye. We are now on item number 11.
I'm good on that, Mayor. If since Bill Batten can't say nothing, so I'll
Okay.
talk with him offline.
So I got a motion.
Well,
I need a motion.
so moved.
I got a motion by Councilman Johnson,
Second.
seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 12.
So I'll speak on this one first. Miss Juliet, thank you so much for this. And Daniel, I apologize. And Daniel Wait,
Yeah.
thank you, sir. I appreciate y'all's work on this.
Wasn't it Daniel that bought this?
Was it you first?
Yeah.
Wasn't it Daniel that actually
Probably
went out and
was. Yep.
recruited?
Dan the man. Thank you, sir, with the plan. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for that. And then just on top of this, I was going to wait till council reports. I spoke to because of school board member John Thomas. I got in contact with Aaron Harvey of the Boys and Girls Club, and they're interested in Palm Bay. I sent an email out to the staff right before we got the meeting going, but they're interested in touring some of our facilities to make the best use of it. And I'm like, that's what we're looking for. Those that are going to pour back into our community, whether it's looking at the Marine off of US 1 over Marine, I can't even, thank you, MRC or wherever, but they're interested. They're interested, and I just want to make sure all of us are on the same path or same page or same wavelength. So,
You know what's interesting is I went to the Fellsmere community.
Okay.
And the Boys and Girls Club has an awesome facility, and I'm just asking how did that happen
Yep, understood.
How did that come across? But to the point of the YMCA, I would love for them to have their own freestanding Y here.
Agreed.
So this is a good step, Daniel. I really appreciate it. But carry on, sir.
Yeah, no, that's all. I just see momentum on this, and I want to keep the momentum going. If we can get Boys and Girls Club here too, why not? The main thing that she emphasized on when I was on the phone with her is they only want to focus on at-risk communities or underserved communities.
The Boys Club?
Yeah, Boys and Girls. So in regards to that, but with the YMCA, I appreciate the work on this. I'm excited. Let's get our kids back. Our kids are not for sale. So let's get them in something active and proactive.
You know, I believe in the Boys Club. Since you bring that up, you could Google Madison Square Boys Club in the Bronx. I'm a direct product. There was a lot of tutoring, a lot of boxing that went in the indoor swimming pool. So I'm a direct, before it became a Boys and Girls Club. I'm just saying that's how old I am. But so I need a motion.
I'd like to make a comment if I could.
Go ahead, sir.
So one of the first things that I mentioned on my campaign trail was I wanted a YMCA here. One of the first things that I did was I reached out to Sergio with the YMCA and let him know Palm Bay is here. And that was something that I was trying to push for the students, to the kids in our area. We don't have a lot for them. I think a lot of the mischief and stuff that we see in the community is the lack of things that we have for these children to do. When we look at our amenities that we lack in, I would say 80% of those things the Y provides for our community. And I would like to just say I'm 300% behind this. This is something that I actually worked with Donnie Felix on. I introduced the two while we were running our campaign. We were working together on it. And it's just something I'm overly emotional about. I think this is something huge for our city, a good stepping stone to let our community know that we care about our kids. We know we have a battle that we have to face. Also, I would like to ask, they have a presentation. Would you guys like to hear the things that they have to provide or no?
No.
I think we know, but right now I got a motion by Councilman Johnson.
Wait, so moved.
Now you do. Oh, okay.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Hammond. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 13.
Yes, Mayor. I only have one question for item number 13. How many vacancies do we currently have with the Public Works Department? I'm aware of we approved a lot of positions within the past fiscal year, so I just wanted to know, because I know some of that is going to go towards the Public Works Director of what we're looking for in the future.
Mr. Morgan?
Yeah, I don't know if we have that number right off the top of our head. There's I would say probably normal vacancies. This is for the change of the salary range for the vacant Public Works Director position. We have a really good acting Public Works Director who has stepped up for us in this interim time. It's my plan that we'll have a fresh list for your next city manager to select from. So we are doing a nationwide recruitment being assisted by SGR, a nationwide firm that can attract. And so this item is to increase by 5% the proposed salary range. We had done a salary survey HR had done a really good job with that. We surveyed the same cities that we had used in our Evergreen study a couple years ago. We updated that, and we were out of the 18 survey cities that responded, Palm Bay ranked 13th. And so by increasing this by 5%, the minimum being 114,039, the maximum 188, 165, that'll put us at the midpoint of our comparable cities. So it's our recommendation that you approve this pay grade change.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question too, Mayor, if that's all right. For City Manager Scott, when I was reading the staff notes, it said that this would be in line with, I think it said assistant city managers and the deputy attorneys, but not any other directors. Would this put this director at a higher pay grade than all the other directors?
Yes.
Okay. Could you give us some justification of why Public Works should be at a higher level than all the other directors?
Yes. Palm Bay has had a difficulty over the last 15 years since I've been in the area retaining a public work director, and again, sort of the idea of having a national recruitment, we'd have to compete with those salaries. I think we have outstanding other directors that understand that need in that department, and haven't had any feedback from any director that this is inequitable. So I think it's because of the need and the difficulty we've had in retaining somebody for a period of time. Obviously, I've heard the council and citizens very concerned about a lot of our roadway capacity deficiencies and some of our roadway maintenance issues. And I think we really need somebody sort of at the top of their game for this position. And that's why I think we need to advertise a pay that will attract somebody from a very large recruitment. So I'm very comfortable with that recommendation.
I'm good.
I need a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, I got a motion by Councilman Hammer.
A second.
Got a second from Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Any further discussion?
I'll just speak on it briefly. I don't know if Councilman Chandler Langevin was going down that path, but my only concern is, okay, we're raising this director, and then a few months later another director, and then a few months later another director, and then a few months later another director, or a few months later this position. So just want to be mindful of that. So I don't know if that's where you're going, sir, but that's where my mind went when you mentioned that. So that's all there.
Yeah, and well, I think the people make a motion are supposed to have an opportunity to speak first. Do they want to talk?
But you didn't make the motion, so Hammer should.
That's what I'm saying. I want to make sure they talk first.
You're right.
I would like to say I'm in support of this just because I understand that this new public works director is going to be the person that has to handle our road program. And I think we have a huge deficiency there. And I think that is going to take a lot of people off the table when they want to come to Palm Bay. So I think this is going to help us a little bit. It's going to give us a better class of people, because not only are they going to be the people that are overlooking the road bond, we have a lot of things in public works that need to be fixed. If anybody knows, our roads are maintained by our public works department. So I think we should have the best and the brightest when it comes to that, because that's, if anybody hears about Palm Bay, that's one of the top things you talk about. So I think that that's obviously one of our biggest focuses moving forward is our infrastructure. So, the fact that we have the most important department that's going to be one of the top people, I can stand behind that.
Well, I think, I'm not going to say most important, but certainly 88 square miles of an opportunity that has been deficient, as our county manager said, or city manager. I keep speaking that over you, Scott. As our city manager stated, 15 years. And I remember once we would have one, they would leave because of transportation or otherwise. But Deputy Mayor?
Comments from me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so Mayor.
Hold on, let Deputy Mayor go.
Oh.
Go ahead.
So, prior to Valentino, I believe Ms. Sherman was the acting public works director.
Yes,
So it's been a huge struggle to fill this position. I did a ride along with Public Works in the last few weeks, and it's a huge position. It's a huge undertaking. I personally feel that Fleet should actually have its own director and not be under Public Works. That's its beast of its own. But I'm in full support of this increase.
Thank you. Now, Councilman.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. I thought he said no comment. Yeah, I mean, Councilman Johnson's pretty much accurate. And then just the fact that I think this still kind of falls under, I really don't think we should be making changes like this until the full-time city manager comes in. I understand where our interim city manager is coming from, and I respect the effort that he's putting into it. But I'd like to wait till, we might have a new city manager in a month. And I'd like to wait on things like this, on pay raises, on new full-time positions, major changes until that time comes. But I'll be a no, but obviously I just counted the votes. So
Understood. I just feel we got to set up our future city manager when we know there's a huge deficiency in our city. So I'm on the other side of that, where we got to set them up for success. And we know that our public works director, it's a huge undertaking. So I agree with the county manager. Or the city manager. Sue? I agree with the city manager, Mr. Scott Morgan. I have a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
nay.
Passes 4-1. We are now on unfinished business. Ms. Leffler? Item number 1, unfinished and old business.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The council voted to table this item from February 20th council meeting. This item is for consideration of the reappointment of Jeffrey McLeod to the at-large position on the Planning and Zoning Board. There was a recent inquiry regarding the vacancy. However, new applications were not being accepted as the item was tabled without direction to solicit for new applications. If council would like to accept additional applications, it is suggested that the item be tabled and the position be resolicited for a specific time frame. The deadline to place new applications on the March 20th agenda would be due by Wednesday, March 12th.
Okay. So, council, what is your pleasure?
Hey, Mayor. So
Yes.
I actually do know that another resident applied for this position and just missed the deadline. So if this council would entertain, I think we should open it up and see that everyone is heard, and then we can make a competitive decision.
So I'll need a motion to table if that's the case. Do we have any speaker cards on this side?
On old business?
Old business number 1.
No, Mayor.
Okay.
I
So-
wanted the city
Yes.
attorney's feedback. on
Okay.
what transpired earlier.
That's stand fast. Okay. Yeah, city attorney. Okay.
County.
Madam Attorney,
Yes,
Councilman Johnson has a question for you.
well, Councilman Johnson and I previously talked after this matter came up. Certainly, the issue comes up as far as Pledge of Allegiance, a lot with religious beliefs, and we discussed that, and also in the school context. As far as the statute, the resident mentioned, there was a statute where they compelled students to stand. That part actually was stricken from the statute and found unconstitutional. Essentially, what the law says is that you have your freedom of expression includes the right not to be compelled to express a particular view. Usually in adults, you see it in a religious context, but it's not necessarily limited in that, whereas you see, it broader as far as students. But it's the same principle, is that the government can't make you speak.
Okay, does that satisfy your question, or were you going down another lane?
No, that satisfies it. With that, I would like to just make a motion with approving Jeffrey McLeod for this board.
So I got a motion by Councilman Johnson. I need a second. I don't have a second, so The motion fails. I still need a motion.
Can I make a motion to table this? I'd like to have a sit down with Mr. McLeod, if that's allowed. But I would make a motion to table this till next meeting.
And to open the listings.
I've got two council members speaking.
Can I make a motion to table this and open listings back up, please?
A motion to table and open the application. I'm not.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then specify that.
Mr. Amber, if you rescind your motion, I'll make a clarified motion.
Or rescind.
Okay.
So I make the motion to reopen the appointment application process for the Planning and Zoning Board due to the late applicants that have arrived for full consideration of council.
I got a motion by Councilman Jaffe,
Second.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Langevin. Any further discussion, gentlemen?
I would be very careful with this, council. Very careful. That's like turning in an assignment and then pushing it back just because somebody else didn't do their due diligence and turning in on time. So I just want to urge council to be careful with this one.
I was that person in college, and I had a lot of professors give me some leeway. So
I've got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Langevin. Any further discussion, gentlemen?
No, I believe in the spirit of rotation, and I believe residents are willing to serve, and we had an application that came in a day or so late that I think we should consider that opportunity.
Councilman Langevin, you made the second.
I'm good on comment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Passes 4-1. We are now on item number 2.
Mayor, could I just clarify too, is that to be brought back March 20th with the application solicited through March 12th?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and item 2, it's the same scenario. It's just, this would be just to to appoint Jeffrey McLeod. And again, if council wanted to resolicit, we would just have to go ahead and make that motion.
Okay, council, what is your pleasure?
I make a motion to appoint Jeffrey McLeod to the Recreation Advisory Board.
I second it.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Langevin. Any further discussion, gentlemen? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We are now on new business, item number 1. Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Mayor, members of council, this is consideration of a co-sponsorship request from Supporting Our ASD Kids Incorporated for a Get Soaked for Autism event to be held April 5th at Fred Poppy Regional Park. The applicant is not able to attend tonight's meeting, so would it's your choice. This is a long time co-sponsorship. The event is April 5th. I think staff is still recommending that you approve it, even though the applicant is not able to attend. And then if there's any questions, our acting Recreation Director, Daniel Wade, is available for questions.
Thank you. Council, any questions of staff? I'm looking for none. Okay. Speaker cards, Deputy Mayor.
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. Earlier when I was speaking under new business, I read the wrong amount. Under number 2, it was $8,065. On new business number 1, that is the $3,103. Same statement as I made earlier. I see this as preferential treatment. When you're going to give a nonprofit access to something that you make any other nonprofit have to pay for, that's called preferential treatment, and I'm not in favor of that, so I have to stay true to what I believe. Thank you very much. Even though it is a great organization, I'm not debating any of that. Thank you. But let them pay for it. Save my taxes.
Any other speakers?
No, Mayor.
Okay. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Hammond. Deputy Mayor?
No comments.
Councilman Hammond?
No comment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Passes. All opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1. We are now on new business item number 3. Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Member City Council, we've got our last two mid-year budget requests from two departments. The first one is fire rescue, and the second one is utilities. So for new business 3, we've got Chief Stover to present the request.
Thank you. Chief, welcome aboard, sir.
Thank you all very much. First item is Life Pack 35s. Currently, we're in what's called a Life Pack 13. These are the devices that, when we go to every medical call, they're used for a variety of things. Pulses, blood pressure checks, making sure that everybody's okay. Then it's also used as an AED, or it can be used as a regular, what you see on CSUs on a regular basis when your heart totally stops. We're able to do that. Some of the things that I want to point out that makes these different, and these are extreme upgrades. Give me 1 second here. From our current ones, this is a list of some of the things that they do. As I said, they're used on every call. We run over 10,000 EMS calls in the city per year. They have a versatile diagnostic tool, which functions both, as I said, the AED, and it's a highly accurate, much more accurate EKG machine, which allows us to accurately look at the heart, see what's happening, what's not happening. Provides a higher diagnostic accuracy compared with the current ones, capable of scanning regions of the heart where our current ones cannot reach and see what's going on inside of the human body when we're running on these different calls. Early detection of lethal aneurysm, medical calls, sorry about that, enables recognition of these critical conditions and allows for timely intervention. Chest compression monitoring, it allows to make sure that we're doing the right chest compressions, we're doing it at the right speed, that we're not slowing down. Several studies have shown that when you slow down doing chest compressions, it reduces the survivability rate. The more you keep it at a normal rate, it increases the survivability rate. Allows you to monitor the intubated patient, make sure that the airway is being handled correctly and they're getting all the oxygen at the right percentage that they need. And again, as I said earlier, it also talks about the improved survival rates. These are 14 life packs. Their total is $925,000. What we did is we have the life pack 15s that are going out. We have 6 of these new ones, 35s, that we've been training everybody on right now. These what we're going to do is we have so many coming out at the end of life, but we also have some that are just shy of that end of life. So between our EMS chief and our logistics section manager, they worked with the vendor. They were able to take the current ones, all the current ones we have, and use those as trade-in to reduce the cost of the overall purchase for these. So with that, they gave us 2 options: the $925,000, which includes the life packs themselves. Sorry, I keep wanting to say air packs when, like the mayor wants to say county manager. Sorry about that. And then it also turns around and it gave us the other option to include the maintenance for the 5-year period, any service that needed to be done along with the units itself. It gives us everything we need to sustain to put them on all of our units throughout the next life cycle, which is normally 8 to 10 years at a minimum. And then we'll have a minimum level of service that everybody in the city currently shares. Right now, the 6 that we are currently getting ready to put in service, those would go only on 6 of our units. They wouldn't cover the whole city. I might be sitting on one call with an older life pack that doesn't have all these different things that we can use, these advanced items, where the person next to us has the newer one and gets that benefit there. So this reduces that, gets it to where everybody's getting the same service. And we brought it down with the cost. I think it's like $185,000 a year to spread the cost over the 5-year period. That's the first item. Second item, currently we have 154 FTEs in the fire rescue department. 66 of them are paramedics. 88 of them are EMTs. We're getting ready to graduate a class of paramedics, so we'll be increasing that paramedic number a little bit. And the cycle at the Eastern Florida State College starts in August. So now we're getting ready to do the next class. With that, we have 25 interested people. We have a combination of job requirements that say you have to have it within 3 years. We have union contract where it talks about having the ability to get promoted, needing to have that. Plus, in the union contract, it says that you get extra points when you are a paramedic for all promotional processes. So we've done, for the last 2 years, we've done this, but at a smaller number. We've increased our numbers. We're also getting ready to increase additional ALS or advanced life support units on the street. We were at down in Southwest Florida yesterday looking at the new squads. We're getting ready to roll out 5 of those new squads, which needs the extra paramedics to have those on there, because we'll be running those in addition to the engine companies and the ladder companies that we currently have out there with paramedics on them. So this will allow us to increase that number of paramedics in the field to an additional 25 to get us where we're going to be over the 50% mark of paramedics within the organization. We're shooting for a good 80, 85%, if not higher. This will make sure that we have a good blanket of coverage around the city, in addition to the fact that we're having a little bit of a problem right now is during the holidays, we get overtime. We get people to accept the overtime to keep those trucks in service. But sometimes Christmas Eve, you're sitting there and you're getting ready to go home the next morning to go out to spend Christmas with your family. Someone calls in sick. We ask, nobody wants to take it. Now we have to mandatory somebody. This will alleviate that problem also in the long term. So it's the way I see it, it's kind of win-win, not just for the department, not just for the city, but the citizens and visitors of the city also.
Thank you. Any questions, Council? Going down range. Councilman Langevin?
Yeah, is there anything that
Hold on a second. I asked Councilman Langevin, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you. Councilman Hamm.
Is there anything that says these 25 students have to stay here after they have been certified, or can they just get their certification and go somewhere else and make?
My bad, I did forget to mention that. First off, the bulk of these 25 that we're going to put through are long-term. Most of these people are long-term employees that want to be able to get the promotional opportunity. In the job description for all new hires, and there'll be some of those in this group also, what they have is the 3-year period, and they're required to do it. We turn around and they have to sign a contract, just like our seasoned firefighters do. They've been on the job 10 years. They're going to take this class like the new person. They have to sign a contract saying that if they fail out, if they leave, or after a 3-year period after that, they have to repay based on did they fail out in the first quarter or the first term? You got to give us that much back. If you've completed it and you're now getting ready to go somewhere else, you got to pay the whole thing back within 5 or 3 years. Sorry about that. I forgot.
Awesome. Thank you.
Councilman, Deputy Mayor?
No questions.
All right, thank you. Any speaker cards? Deputy Mayor on this one?
No speaker cards.
New business 3?
No, Mayor.
All right. I need a motion.
I'll make the motion, Mayor.
I'll second it. Got a motion by Councilman Langevin, seconded by Mayor Medina. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mayor. I would just like to say that when the new council first got elected a few months ago, it's no secret that I was pretty tough on particularly the spending habits of our fire department. But I just want to say that over the past few months, I know you've been working closely with our interim city manager, and I'm very impressed with the direction that we're going. And I think tonight's request is a really solid, a reasonable request, and I'm happy to support you tonight.
Very much.
Yeah, I'll close that off with everything we can do to save life, the sanctity of life in this great city. I'm very supportive, as you and your team know. So all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We are
Thank
now
you very much.
We're now on item number 4. Mr. Morgan.
Yes, the Mayor and City Council, for the last but certainly not least of our departmental mid-year budget request, we have our Utility Director, Gabriel Bowden.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Gabriel, can you get closer to the mic, sir? Or somehow raise it up or something? Yeah. I'm always eager to hear what you got to say too, Mr. Bowden.
Well, thank you, sir.
especially when it comes to.
I want to thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Mayor and Councilman Johnson. You may remember in September I did a presentation to the council and mentioned a lot of things that we were going through. And one area I talked about was employee recruitment and retention. While tonight's request may not appear it to be an employee recruitment and retention tool, it is. I just want to tell you some of the things we talked about employee recruitment and retention was, starting with leadership, creating that culture that people didn't want to leave. We also talked about evaluating our organization, the structure, and how we're providing things for people to move up. We also talked about compensation structure and work environment, specifically the equipment that we have and modernizing those things and making some upgrades. And so over the last few months, I've really been evaluating with staff the equipment that we have. And we have some of our dedicated foremen that are here to testify by way of a hand that the equipment that we're talking about today would make their jobs so much easier and make their ability to deliver results for our residents would be very impactful. Some of those include 3 service body trucks that will be used by distribution and collections, a truck-mounted valve exerciser that will help us to be able to exercise the valves and do shutdowns more quickly, more rapidly, dedicated to valve turning so that it's the only thing that's doing. We don't have to worry for a truck to pull the valve turner. A number of our dump trucks have gone way beyond their useful life. Horace back there will tell you today he had to climb out of a window to get out of a dump truck. And I'm very sorry, Horace. We'll do better. So we've got a number of dump trucks that are on here. We've also got 3 crane trucks. Dave, who's back there, will tell you that there are times that the crane trucks that we have in service now, sometimes they're all out and we're having to rent a crane truck for $10,000 a month. So these crane trucks are extremely important to keep our crews ready to go to maintain our lift stations and be able to pull other heavy pieces of equipment. And then we've also got on here a VACCON, which would be used for hydro excavation for our water utilities department. We have one for the wastewater they use for cleaning out of lift stations and light hydro excavation with all of the different utilities that are in the right-of-way. Having this hydro excavation truck would make things a lot safer for our employees, reduce damage, and be very, very, very beneficial to operations. And then the final item, a Godwin dry prime pump trailer in large events like we had with the hurricane, could be used for some of our large lift stations to help bypass those, or even at our wastewater treatment plant to increase our ability to send water down the deep well injection. So that's it. Any questions? I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. I'll start on my left. Councilman Langevin, any questions? Councilman Hammer?
Is the approval of this going to help with the expedited time that we're going to be, because I know we have a lot of lift stations being upgraded. Are these going to be, I would say, detrimental to getting them done faster?
The lift station upgrades, we have contractors doing some of those, but we are doing some in-house. So yeah, having the appropriate equipment that's not breaking down on you will help us to maintain those lift stations in a better fashion.
Thank you.
Councilman Johnson, any questions? Deputy Mayor?
I did a ride along with Gabriel and his team. It was very informative, very well organized, and I saw those dump trucks, and they need to be replaced 20 years ago.
Did you jump out of the window as well, sir? Negative? I need any speaker cards on this, sir?
No, Mayor.
I need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Langevin, second by Councilman Hammond. Any further discussion, gentlemen?
Yeah, I also went on that ride along and saw those trucks, so I'm 100% with our deputy mayor on that one. But I also just want to say that I got to meet some of the gentlemen who are in the back tonight. Thank you for coming, and Gabriel and his team does a phenomenal job. So thank you guys for everything you do.
Councilman Hammond?
Nothing. I would just like to say I was at the city for 15 years, and I've been gone almost 5 years, and those trucks were there before I was.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 5. Mr. Morgan.
My statement.
Yeah, I think the deputy mayor needs to make a statement here.
I have a statement to make, gentlemen. Everyone tonight, I will be abstaining from this discussion and any voting on this matter, as I work for a company that is on the list.
Copy that.
Rebates.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You want to get behind me somewhere and get away from the mic or something? Okay, Mr. Morgan.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council, Florida law requires us when we have excess building permit fees collected, one of two avenues. One is to refund those that have paid prior, and the other is to reduce rates going forward. The state statute requires us not to keep in the building fund more than the average of the 4 previous years of building expenses for enforcing the Florida Building Code. So using some projections, we must do both of the two choices that the legislature gives us, to both refund those that have in the last 3 years paid for building permits, and on a going forward basis through September 30 of 2025, not charging for building permits where our own in-house inspectors are the inspectors. We think that will encourage more in this 7-month window to choose our inspectors. The applicants have the choice of using ours or hiring outside inspectors. Our building official told me as we prepared this item that in the past year, we've actually done about 60% of the inspections ourselves, and about 40% are done at the applicant's discretion using outside people. So this would, we think, encourage those in the next 7 months to choose City of Palm Bay a building inspection by discounting those fees just for that window to zero. I would point out certain other fees that are associated. Fire fees are not part of this, but it's a fairly large dollar item. But again, the legislature requires us to do this, and as our city attorney tells us, we must follow the law. And so this is something that we must do. And I see the mayor is looking to see if we have any cards on this, but maybe we can just
yes, sir.
Anybody that would want to speak to this item.
Okay.
Again, if you have more questions, John Pearson, our building official, would be here to provide any additional detail. I have some more detail here myself, if as may be needed.
Understood. So right now we do have a speaker.
Yep.
So Councilman Johnson's volunteered to help me.
Yes, sir. Always. Mr. Bill Batten.
Thank you.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. On this item, number 5, that's just shy of $4 million that we have to give back in rebates. So that was funding that we are counting on, right? And then you look at consent agenda item number 2, that's $1 million. So just these 2 items alone, that's $5 million that we're looking at that does not come into the revenue of the city of Palm Bay. That generates a couple of questions, and I had some of this funding was what was being considered for Building E, for the increase in Building E offset. That's what some of this funding was for. So I had a curious, and I did contact the city manager, and he explained to me that he's invested every penny that he can to take that to the max. So we still have to give back $4 million out of this one. The next question that this generates, because that's a $5 million hit to my bottom line within the city budget, does that impact on the amount, because we have to keep our 20%, I think that's 20% in reserve. does that mean we're now drawing from another funding source to keep our reserve at the 20%? So it's just basically bookkeeping. And first, I hate having to see something that was paid for go back to anybody, especially when it comes from my city's budget. That being said, is there going to be an impact in my 20% coverage that we have to keep in reserve? And was there any impact in Building E? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore.
Yeah, let me answer that. Again, we use fund accounting, and this is its own fund, and so it does not affect the reserve. And in case of the building fund, the legislature allows us to have a 100% reserve, but it has to be on the basis of the average of the previous 4 fiscal years. But we can maintain up to 100%. And using our forecasting, we think that this will get us there or very nearly there by September 30, 2025, which is the next measurement point. So I certainly understand Mr. Patton's comments, but the state statute requires us to do one or the other, and we've just had so much development in the last 4 years. We're required by state statute to do this.
Copy that. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Okay, I do have a comment I wanted to share. As we're all going to be going to Tallahassee, but we all have influence with our state legislators. There's a Senate Bill 1548. Senate Bill 1548 that would allow the excess of our building funds, right, and enterprise fund to be used over our stormwater infrastructure. For this city, that would be such a huge blessing that we could use that. So if we could rally around trying to get a house companion for that, that would truly benefit the city, in particular with our stormwater fall. So I need a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson.
Second.
I got a second by Councilman Hammer. Any further discussion?
No, I appreciate you bringing that up, Mayor, because I wasn't aware. I'm looking into it right now, and that's an excellent idea. So whether we need to also in council reports give you a letter or make a recommendation for a letter of support towards our state House Representative Miller or whoever.
Miller, our whole delegation.
Yes. Yep. So I'm with that, sir.
So we have consensus to send a letter, if that could be drafted, in support of Senate Bill 1548. I've got unanimous consent on that. So I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Hammer. Councilman Hammer, did you?
I was just going to echo what Kenny just said. So I'm good
okay.
on that. Thank you.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Gentlemen.
Mayor, may I also indicate we do have a House companion bill now. That was just filed. So
say again, I'm sorry.
Just have a House Bill 1477 was just filed, co-introduced by Partington and Barnaby. It had its first reading on the House earlier this week, and it has been referred out to committee. So even though this might potentially be a long shot, I think Palm Bay supporting that is a really, really good idea. And I would wholeheartedly support the council's direction to.
Well, that's good. We got a house, we got a companion, so
yes,
let's keep the fight.
Thanks to Junkala Brown for doing that research this afternoon. We appreciate her and her helping us with our legislative agenda.
Thank you, Madam Junkala Brown. Thank you. So right now that clarify, Ms. Leffler passes unanimously 4-0. For the record, it was 4-0. We had Deputy Mayor Jaffe abstaining.
Yes.
Before we go on to item number 6, we're taking a 5-minute recess. Taking a 5-minute recess. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Attention to detail. We are now on, ladies and gentlemen, I'm calling this meeting back to order. We are now on item number 6 under new business, and I'm going to defer to Councilman Langevin.
All right. Good evening, Council. So last meeting 2 weeks ago, we had just, well, okay, this has been an ongoing thing that I've been talking about, but last meeting had been a couple days after people first started to get their first tickets we're referring to the speed cameras in the school zones. And I raised some concerns at the last meeting. I said, hey, I was just starting to get complaints at that time. People were kind of just starting to get fined that week. But just from some of the initial complaints that I was able to look at and see, there were discrepancies, and I raised concerns last meeting. I was kind of, we brought Chief up, and I love Chief, and he kind of said, I don't think there's any concerns. To his credit, I will say the very next day in the morning, he went back and looked and analyzed, and immediately realized that there were issues with the cameras. If you notice, the complaints immediately stopped after that meeting because the cameras were immediately turned off after that meeting. And they're currently being looked into right now. They're trying to figure out what's wrong, but we have refunded residents, and there were issues with the cameras immediately at rollout. I've had some good conversations with Chief over the past couple of weeks about it, and we've talked about it back and forth. And obviously, if council wants to, we have Chief, doesn't look like he's here, but Deputy Chief is very competent, can come speak on this, I'm sure. But just some of the conversations with Chief, obviously he kind of said, hey, it's a new system. I want to see, I want to see how it works. It's a new system. There's going to be some issues. However, it's relatively new in Palm Bay, but this company and the issues are not new. And that's also come to light to me in between the last meeting and this meeting. And that's why I made it an important enough issue to bring up tonight in the meeting. And I just want to reference, Fox investigative journalist report out of Atlanta, in the Atlanta area, Jonesboro, Georgia, where I believe this company's from, and it is the exact same company. I verified. It was so bad in Jonesboro, Georgia, that the city council ended up ripping this system out after very quickly over 1,200 citations were found to be incorrect, and they refunded almost $80,000 worth of tickets. There's other areas in the country where I've heard residents who have moved here from other parts of the country say that they've seen similar things happen. So, and that article came out about a month before the council initially approved these cameras. So I've got some deep concerns with this company, and with the rollout being as bad as it was immediately. And then I just want to go on in the overall spirit of just speed trap cameras. With this company, they're coming in here and they're saying, hey, you put us in these school zones, but we're going to get a percentage of the cut. So we're every single person that's getting a ticket, it's going to be a mandatory ticket. There's no law enforcement discretion, right? Because this is a robot. And then on top of that, a percentage is going out of our city and actually out of our state to an out-of-state company. That could end up being 10 to even hundreds of thousands of dollars from our community getting sent out of our community. If you're living paycheck to paycheck and you get hit with $100 ticket, you have to now say, oh, man, I was going to take my wife out to dinner this weekend and eat at the local restaurant, but I have to make the decision not to do that, to go shop at Walmart instead. So the impacts of that are going to affect our local economy. What also concerned me was the idea, the whole point of these cameras is to slow people down. It's not supposed to be a money grab. It's not supposed to be to get money out of people. It's supposed to be to improve the safety of our children and to slow people down. But where I have concerns is that we didn't use an escalation of force. When I was deployed in Afghanistan, even if we felt our life was in danger, we had to use an appropriate escalation of force before we could engage a target that looked like a civilian, right? So that looked like, hey, First, we have to say, hey, stop, stop. Then you shoot them with a pin flare or you shoot next to them before you engage them. We have other alternatives that we could have went to before we went straight to speed cameras. We could have put signs in the roads. We could have put the signs up that says you're speeding. Obviously, I'm a proponent that we should just have law enforcement officers in front of our schools. I understand that's difficult at all times, pick up and drop off. But there's other ways that I feel like we could have implemented a escalation of force that didn't go straight to, we're going to ticket everybody that drives through here. And, you know, that goes back, we heard somebody say earlier, we need to be, I think it was one of our pastors said earlier in public comment, we need to be focused on the family. And this goes back to we're just taking money out of people's pockets. And we're not a Vieira. We're not a beachside. People that live in Palm Bay are working class Americans. And this is tough. A $100 ticket, one of them is tough. With some of these malfunctions, we had one person complain to me that they had 5 tickets immediately from one day. And so, you know, there's just a lot of concerns with this program. And quite frankly, whether it's constitutional or not is up in the air. But to me, I think the spirit of the founding fathers and our founding would go against this. I think if we had Thomas Jefferson and James Madison on the dais up here, they'd be saying, no, we're not going to use cameras and like this to just punish people. So I'd really like to discuss retracting their contract based on how this rollout went out. And so with that, I'm going to make a motion to get rid of the speed trap cameras.
Well, point of order, sir. We've got people, I'm sure, that want to speak.
Oh, of course.
So
Yep.
You can't make a motion.
100%. Yep.
Additional clarity. Tonight's just discussion. We can't vote on anything that hasn't been on the agenda for more than 48 hours.
That's why it was put on the agenda 48 hours prior to the meeting.
Okay.
So does that conclude your comments, Councilman Landry?
That'll go ahead and conclude my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. So, Deputy Mayor, do we have speaker cards?
We have Lance Fisher.
Lance Fisher, 130 Malabar Road. As the deputy chief, I sat in every meeting regarding these speed cameras during the implementation processes. I can tell you right now that either Deputy Chief Spears, but my guess is either Commander Latour is going to come up here and he's going to try to tell you this is about safety. Like Chief Agello did in his video, talking about safety of our children. I can tell you without a doubt, I sat in those meetings and safety was never mentioned one time. I can tell you the 2 things that were mentioned, revenue and flock cameras. Our eyes exploded when that gentleman sitting next to Commander Latula back there told us that there was a small town in Georgia that had 11 cameras and was raking in a whopping $255,000 a month. We were super excited, so excited. We couldn't believe it. And then for every camera that's installed, we get 1 free flock camera to expand our surveillance. I know this because I'm the one who brought Flock here. I met with Garrett Langley. I've spoken with him. Back in 2019, I'm the person who brought Flock here. I did the research as the deputy chief. During that, we have officers that do 0 traffic stops a month. 0 traffic stops a month. Safety is not a priority. As an agency, we were writing less than 25% citations on our traffic stops. Traffic is our number 1 priority, and we were doing less than 25% citations. The chief mentioned accuracy. So many tickets were already issued. We have a checks and balances system. There is a traffic officer that should be looking at every citation. How in the world did any citation get to our citizens if there's a checks and balances in place? So it's not only the system, it's also your checks and balances that need to be looked at. Apologize, I didn't do this one ahead of time, but I'll keep going. So when Flock was brought here, Chief Nelson Moy was the chief. He made me and our community services go door to door in the Driscoll Heights community where we implemented the trials. We went door to door, asking our community what they thought about the camera, receiving feedback, and letting them know. There's been 0 transparency with our community. There's been 0 feedback. There should have been some sort of a workshop. So Chief Agello, he opposed the idea of us going door to door. He does not want anybody being transparent. He wants these in there. He wants that revenue. I am highly qualified to sit here and answer any questions you guys want. I will be transparent. I have no dog in this fight. I'm just telling you exactly how this process came to play. Sorry. I'm still going. Chief Agela said this would free officers up to do more public safety. I'm sure by now you guys have seen the pictures from this week. Officers back in the tree lines, parking lots, at the old golf course. We're not freeing them up to do things. Our leadership does not promote traffic stops, does not promote traffic enforcement. They tell our officers to sit and do their calls for service. Check the procurement process. I don't recall, but I believe this may have been sole source. I don't believe this was bidded out, and that's why this company was handed this one, because of free flocks and free revenue.
Thank you.
Matt Gibson.
Hello, thank you, Council. Matt Gibson, 894 Bianca Drive, Northeast. I am a recipient of one of these citations. I received it in a work truck, so I'm not really here as representative of my employer, who already paid the citation, but I did take grievance with the citation, particularly the time that it was issued on a Friday, a day that is traditionally early dismissal. As many Palm Bay residents understand, there's early dismissal on Fridays. So my issue with the program is broad. You know, there's aspects of the program and such a program which, you know, should strike all of our moral sensibility. But then there's also a profit motive, which, you know, sitting on the other side of the dais, you know, there's obviously income generating opportunities that you guys are presented with, and it's up to each of you to decide which of those opportunities is worth pursuing and which one of them should be quashed. It's kind of a go with your gut thing here, though, guys, and I'm not going to take a lot of your time. If it feels wrong, it's probably wrong, or at least, you know, bears a little bit more scrutiny, more critical analysis of what has been the track history of the company, for example. I don't have any research that I've done in the company, so I can't speak, you know, from a place of knowledge on this. But I would say corruption breeds corruption, and a corrupt network that is able to get its claws in other, you know, ethical, upstanding networks such as a local city, such as ours or so many others, can influence people. And I don't know if free flock cameras was, you know, a criteria in the decision. You know, I understand it's multiple moving parts probably in the process, but this is not the first traffic light ticket I will fight and win. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
No more speakers.
All right. So I think it would be right for us to call up for questions our Deputy Chief of Police, number one, Mr. Morgan, and then I believe we have a representative from that company. So for any questions. So with your permission, I'd like to call up the DC.
Yes, Mayor, and I want to make a clarification from what the Deputy Mayor indicated. This was on your agenda more than 48 hours in advance as an agenda revision, and so if you chose to vote on this, you would be within your new rules of procedure. But yes, we'd have the Deputy Chief come forward and provide information to you.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor, Council.
Good evening. So I guess the first question is, and I know that there's a level that triggers that camera and issues the citation, right? So
yes, sir.
It's based on school hours of operation.
That's
is that correct?
Which is going to be defined by Florida statute of what that school zone is.
Okay, and that school zone, if I drive by 10 miles over the speed limit, am I given a citation?
No, sir.
So at what triggers it?
So the morning school zones are 30 minutes prior to the school zone, and then the afternoon dismissal time is going to be 30 minutes after school gets out. And within those 30-minute time frames, it's any vehicle that's traveling over 11 miles an hour.
And so a lot of discussion came, as you probably heard, there was a glitch in the system. Can you expound on why there was a glitch?
Yes, sir. So the moment that we were notified by several residents that there was an issue, it was when the traffic safety camera went live on Palm Bay Road in Glenham for the Palm Bay Elementary School Zone. That camera which was initiating its 30-day warning phase, was synced to the camera on Wyoming at Odyssey Charter School. And so it was registering the school zone times for Odyssey Charter. The school zones obviously weren't the same, the time frames.
That's
So
like
any
so
of those,
far apart. Too.
correct. And that was an error on Red Speed. They acknowledged that and they're correcting that. But any person who violated in that school zone during that time frame did receive a notice. And it was a citation because, again, Odyssey has been live, so it was registering as a citation versus the warning and what it should have been. So regardless, there was speeding in that school zone on Palm Bay Road in Glenham, but it was registering the school zones for Odyssey Charter School on Wyoming. So when we immediately saw that, we were notified by several residents. We contacted our school safety vendor, the school safety camera vendor, Red Speed. They concurred that there was an issue. They immediately paused all live cameras. They turned the switch off so there was nothing being recorded and activated. And from that, they've initiated several refunds to those violators. So those folks have either been refunded or they're in the process of being refunded, and they've dismissed several citations. One thing of note, out of all that in that camera time frame or in that camera location, there was 86 people who paid their citation. Those 86 people are the 86 that are being refunded or have been in the process of being refunded.
So that brings me to another interesting question. How many citations, or let's go with warnings. How many warning citations were issued during that time, during our time, since with the inception to now?
So our
meaning
first,
no fines, saying, hey, this is a warning, because I know that was part of the program, right?
yes, sir. So our cameras went live November 18th. And from that time to date, there's been 3,970 warnings issued for speeding.
Oh, 3,000 what?
970.
Over 3,900.
Yes.
In that short time frame.
That's correct. 898 people that have received a violation have paid those fines. So there's been a lot of people, almost 900 folks have paid their citation.
Just so I get and I'm trying to wrap my head around the whole process. So I'm going down during the school. Let's say I'm going down Glenham, Palm Bay Road or wherever. I'm going down to school, and I'm going 10 miles an hour over. I don't get cited. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If I go 11 miles over, at that point it clicks the camera and it alerts, I guess, with, does it go to our law enforcement officials? Do you get it? How do I get that ticket?
Yep. So we will be notified that there's a violation in the queue and on the database on a dashboard.
Okay.
We'll verify that was in fact the vehicle license plate number associated with what's in the picture.
Who goes through that?
We have traffic officers who have been trained to go through that process.
Okay. Thank you.
And then we will initiate whether being verified or not, and we'll send the registered owner from their address listed through the Department of the Florida Department of Highway Safety, their citation in the mail.
So the citation is issued by Palm Bay PD.
That's correct.
And I'm not getting a citation even though I'm going 10 miles over the speed limit as it is right now. Right?
That's
it
correct.
only triggers me going 11 miles over.
That's correct.
Okay. Then my next question would be, out of those 3,900 warnings, or since its inception, how many folks have gone to a judge or a magistrate to fight? You mentioned 898 people have actually paid citations.
That's correct.
How many people have fought that citation?
So we have yet to have a hearing held, because those hearings are held here by a magistrate. And the next hearing, I believe, is in April. And it'll be our first. And we currently have 20 citizens who are going to challenge those citations.
So is that part of the 898 already paid? So this is like 20 folks that are going to debate that.
That's correct.
Is that correct? All right. So, and I'm just trying to get a grasp of all of this, because for me, this is safety of our schools. This is not initiated other than during school operating hours. Is that correct? Again, I want to ask that.
So Yes, that is
Meaning-
correct. However, there is from once school starts.
Okay.
After that school zone period has ended.
So when the children are in school.
That's correct. During
Okay.
the normal school day, up until dismissal, these cameras are active, but they're only capturing, again, folks violating 11 miles an hour over the speed limit, but that's back up to its normal speed limit. So if your school zone time is 20 miles an hour during your arrival or dismissal,
okay,
anybody who travels at 31 miles an hour or over is receiving a citation. But when school starts and it goes into session, and let's say that school zone goes back up to 30 miles an hour, well, now we're registering anybody or citing anybody who's traveling 41 miles an hour or over the speed limit. So it's not always going to capture or cite violators within the school zone time. It will go back up to its normal speed limit.
Copy that. You're still speeding 11 miles over.
Yes, sir.
It triggers it. Okay. Council, any additional questions from any questions, Councilman Ham?
I have no questions, but I do have comments on
So carry on. Okay. Any questions? Any questions?
My only question is for the city attorney.
Okay. So would you like to call up the vendor, since so much has been said about the contract and such?
I'd be delighted. So this is Mr.
So-
Gregory Parks. He's the Senior Vice President for Red Speed.
Okay. I think it would, so much has been said about the company, so I feel it should be just that he have his say as well.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Greg Parks, Red Speed. As the chief mentioned, the deputy chief, I'm the senior vice president for the company. Appreciate the opportunity to address these. There's a few things to unpack, and then there may be questions, and I'm here, at your disposal and direction. I appreciate the passion of the comments. A couple things I would take issue with, very respectful issue of your all's position. We're not issuing a ticket, as you clarified. It's your police department. That's final say. There's no automated. A comment was made that it's automated. It's in the mail. That's not the way the law is written. That was passed 151-9 by a very conservative legislature in Tallahassee. So we believe the law is very fair. We're simply gathering evidence and presenting it to Palm Bay Police. And as they stated, it's a minimum of 11 over the respective speed limit. And obviously, you have a great community. You obviously are very responsible and dedicated to community to even run for these offices, let alone serve. No one here, I think, would condone speeding in front of the school during the school day. I believe that's axiomatic statement. So I wanted to address that. The Jonesboro program that was referenced is still operating with great effect. They reduced speeding by 90%. It's still in operation. So fact check. So nothing is perfect. It sounds like there was one crossover, which was immediately corrected. We have about 100 customers. We could document speeding reduced over 90% with less than a 10% repeat violator rate. We're in the ironic business of the better we do, the less we make. And it's all done at no taxpayer expense. This is endorsed by the Florida Police Chiefs Association. Again, great legislative backup. So there's lots to unpack there. I understand the passion, and you've heard citizens' concerns, but it's a great program. You have a contract that we want to continue with, and I can address specifics on that if need be. But and then I'm here for you all to answer any questions.
Well, any questions of the vendor? Seeing none, sir. Thank you. I do have another question for you, sir, that it came up as he was speaking.
Yes, sir.
And it reminded me of one of the comments. What is the breakdown of the, let's say, the $100?
So I am going to ask Mr. Parks if he can address that.
Oh, I think Commander Latula was.
So Commander Latula is a project manager, so we'll have him address that to be specific on.
Okay. Okay.
Good evening. So the breakdown is $60 goes to the municipality. Well, of that $60, $39 goes to the PD, $21 goes to the vendor. $20 goes to the state general fund. $12 goes to Brevard school districts, and this is a breakdown of each citation. $5 goes to our school crossing guard program for recruitment and retention, and then $3 goes to FDLE's criminal justice training and standard commission. So not all that money obviously comes to us. There's a huge breakdown that's broke down by state statute.
Okay, then my next question, and I'm not sure if we have enough data to show this, has a little bit of the behaviors changed? Because I'll be transparent. I've supported this very much so, and I supported this, and I believe I was on the record, but I had seen even a car passing a school bus in a school zone. And then I saw eventually, not in the same place, but I seen a school bus stopped and somebody just passing when it had the signs of stopping. And I saw that right on Jupiter. So the idea was the bad behavior, right? So do we have any data collected on any improvement over, because 3,900, over 3,900 I heard, warning citations, that raises, some concerns in that, did we at least improve some of that behavior?
So there's 16 school zones in our city that these cameras are in. They, since November, have been trickled in because of obviously permitting, construction, FPL, all that stuff. So they don't all go live at the very same time. So what I can tell you is that as a member of this community who's been born and raised here in the city of Palm Bay, that in just conversations out on the street with public, friends, absolutely it's made a difference. Now, it's too soon to create that data that you want, but we can absolutely work on that with RedSpeed and pull that for you. That's not a problem. But it is 100% modifying behavior in this community.
And I believe that will save a child's life, sir.
We hope so.
I have personally witnessed, like I mentioned, so I believe so. Any questions of Commander Latuda?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Could you just, you gave a great breakdown. Are you able to, can you just do the math real quick and just tell me one number and the other number? Obviously 100% of the money leaves the resident's pocket, but how much leaves the city of Palm Bay and how much stays in the city of Palm Bay per $100 ticket?
Only $39 stays in the city of Palm Bay.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I'll conclude. I'll make a comment at this point. I believe this is a deterrent. I believe that it will change behavior. And I believe that if I speed in a school zone, which quite frankly, ever since these cameras have been installed, I've been more cognizant of my speed during, school hours. I'm being transparent. But to go 11 miles over in a school zone, that puts children at risk, number one. And then moreover, it has no respect for our children, has no respect for our traffic laws. And there's a risk of losing a life. So I support these speed zone cameras in our school facilities. Not only that, but they're a great tool, a future tool for investigative work if ever needed. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, as you were, Commander, I do have a question now. Councilman Hammer?
Of those, I heard him mention the 3,900. Of those 3,900, how many of those are during school hours?
We would have to get with the vendor and break all that down, but we can provide that.
And is there a way to possibly turn them off when the light's not flashing?
There is.
Okay.
Oh,
and there's signs warning folks with those, saying, "Hey,
correct. There will
school zone cameras." Okay.
It'll as you enter zones, it'll say speed camera enforced. To that effect.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions?
Just for the city attorney.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Jaffe has a question for our city attorney.
Yeah, I think this probably would have saved a lot of conversation. Paragraph 5, what does termination look like if we wanted to terminate the contract? How difficult would that be?
And I presume you mean termination if it was not mutual, because if you're
Correct.
certainly mutual, that's not an issue. For a cause, you still have to provide notice and an opportunity to cure. And most deficiencies, if it's just the if we're saying the problem was is that these cameras were cross connected and they shouldn't have been, we provide notice, they cure it, and that violation is gone. That doesn't serve a basis. But there is a convenience, but that involves a within the first 12 months of the initial contract term. And just see, because we've just got these things up, but we've had this contract for a while, and even that requires payment of a fee. So it's may not be particularly easy if that's the only violation that we know of, because it sounds like they've already cured that before we've even provided the notice. And and if we provided notice now, they still have 30 days.
Thank you.
Does that conclude your questions?
It does.
And no speaker cards, right? There, we already went through those. So, gentlemen, it's time for discussion or a motion. And so I'm a bit dismayed over this because I believe this saves lives. And I believe the lives of our children are critically important. I sit up here as a grandfather, and I always want to create opportunities for my children. With that being said, I would hate to have them in school and an accident occur where it would cause the lives of my own children or their classmates. Those are my thoughts.
Do we have any data, Mayor, on, I mean, we have 16 school zones. We've been a city for 65 years. I know we've added schools over time. We didn't always have 16, but have we had a recent incident where we've lost a child because our previous efforts that we've made besides these flashing lights, police officers, crossing guards, et cetera, haven't worked?
I believe I'm not sure if we had a loss of life, but was it at Odyssey, Deputy? Councilman Johnson, do you recall the details of that?
I remember over in Bayside Lakes area. That's the one that comes to mind a few years ago. I want to say like 3 years ago or something. And I understand where Councilman Langevin, I understand where you're coming from, but to the same point, hitting people's pockets is a deterrent for everybody. So on that token, I'm still fine with this being in place. I was one of the main ones questioning it earlier on in regards to the piggyback purchase process that we were going forward, because I wanted to make sure this was the best company to provide the service. And I would still like to see, just like you, the data, and then we can go based off of that to see if it's, to the city attorney's point, if it's of cause to terminate on mutual grounds. So, but as of now, I'm good with the mayor. But yes, there have been situations and close calls, not just with kids, but also the school crossing guards. So it is of great concern. So I'm with you on this one, Mayor.
Okay, so I know we're discussing this, but to discuss this again and again and again, it seems perhaps we could.
So to that point, I would just, Councilman Landry, I would say just wait. Let's get some data, and then see where we go from there. Yeah.
Okay, I'm good with that. If the point is strictly to save children when they're going to and coming from school, then can we entertain having them off when it's not school zone hours, period?
Are they? Let me ask you.
Yes, sir.
Are they operational at all times? Where they give citations out after school hours?
After school hours, it's only 30 minutes after school ends within that school zone.
After school hours, okay.
During dismissal. But I think what Councilman Langevin is inquiring about, if I may, is during the school hours while kids are in school.
School zone.
No, he's talking about after school hours.
Before and he's talking about school zone hours.
From the time that the bell rings and they sit in their seats and they shouldn't be walking anymore outside through the day until the bell rings for them to leave. If the intent is strictly to save children, they should be in their butts in the desks at that time.
You know, what if they're late? What if they're riding to school late? Or what if they?
There's a lot, Mayor. There's a lot of what ifs, but
exactly. No, I'm not supportive of that. But you may eventually get your colleagues to sway on their decision. But I'm steadfast, man. I really believe in this. This program is saving the lives of folks, and moreover, changing the behavior of what I've seen. Those are my thoughts. Now, you've got Councilman Johnson that's saying, let's wait for the data. But as far as I'm concerned, this item, this has been discussed because this has been brought up before. This is the first time it's on the agenda, and I'm satisfied with what's going on and the lives that it's saving. I truly believe that their lives they're saving. I truly believe, just like you said, Councilman Johnson, this is a deterrent, right? Kind of like most people, they're driving around with wave and they say, "Oh, police ahead." So what do? You slow down, right? Same type of concept. So I'm with this program, and that'll conclude it. Unless you have anything else to say, sir.
I would just like to hear a motion or in discussion.
Well, if we're gonna do a motion,
well, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to remove the cameras.
I didn't get a chance to speak on the discussion.
Make a second. You can have discussion.
I got a motion, and it fails for lack of a second. So, do you still want to consider discussing? Okay,
No,
so
we
then
don't have a motion.
end the discussion. Motion fails. We're moving on. Maybe you could bring that under report. Maybe you could bring that under reports, Mr. Councilman Hammond. So, speaking of reports, Councilman Langevin.
Okay, council reports. So moving on from that, we're doing great things in the city. And one interesting fact I would just like to share, because it gets brought up a couple times each meeting in public comments, is people like to talk about green space and the wildlife and things like that. Just an interesting fact, the state of Florida overall has a phenomenal conservation program, and we actually conserve 32% of all land in the state of Florida. You don't see it as much in our city because the point of our city is that's where the people live, so that in other parts of the state, there's areas for wildlife to be conserved. But the state of Florida as a whole does a phenomenal job of conservation. And I had an opportunity the other weekend to go to a Florida Wildlife Corridor event, which, if you don't know, there's a conservation all the way from the Keys, and it's connected all the way up around Orlando on both sides and all the way to Pensacola. And that's where we do a lot of our great conservation and wildlife. But kind of the point of living in a city is that's where we're going to do the building to live in. So, but I just thought it was an interesting fact.
Thank you. Councilman Hammond?
First off, I would like to appoint Miss Lita Jordan to the Planning and Zoning Board. Secondly, I would like to say thank you to Miss Lisa Frazier and Juliet for attending the MRC workshop this week. And I learned a lot about our lagoon, a lot of things we can do moving forward, a lot of the things Palm Bay is doing. And I mean, I was overly impressed by Lisa. We walked through the woods and she knew everything we were walking past, and I was overly impressed. And thank you for attending and showing that the city cares about our lagoon and steps moving forward. Other than that, I was going to see if once we get our new city manager, we can have another workshop on the compound, because we have a whole new council here with whole new ideas. I was going to see how our council feels on having one of those again, because I feel there are things that need to be discussed.
So, Councilman Hammer, I have been navigating this council since November. and the different complexities and personalities, right? And so part of that, I think it might behoove us prior to committing to a workshop to get a status on the direction that council had given regarding the light industrial park and those things when it comes to the compound. Once we get that discussion, maybe we could go in that direction where we could see this, check on, have a status update, and then move towards, where, how things fit in the future of the compound. How does that sound?
Sounds great.
Does the rest of council agree on something? I know you don't like extra workshops, Deputy Mayor, but would you?
Well, just to that subject, I think it would be more. I think it would be better if staff actually held a stakeholders meeting without council, just with developers and community leaders that have ideas, and then just come back to council with those recommendations.
That could be part of the status update. So I see this staff and opening up their eyes. We won't belabor that point, but that could be another option as well. Use that part of the status update because that would be great. Does that conclude your comment, sir?
I have one more thing. With Public Works getting a sandbag machine, we have the ability to every single time, if anybody's been out there to get sandbags, you're limited to 5, and there's a line around the corner.
There's a line.
I was wondering if we could start some kind of sandbag program to where customers can get sandbags now, so they show up with their sandbags ready to go instead of saying, "Hey, there's 5 and bye." I was wondering if the city could do some kind of, like we do the rain barrels. If there was a program to where they can buy their sandbags ahead of time, have them ready, so we don't run out and the city doesn't run out.
So you're talking about, because hurricane season starts June 1st. You're talking about starting that like right now or within May, or what are your thoughts? Right now?
Right now.
Okay.
We have a new vendor that we get a good deal on them, and I'd really like to entertain that if that's something we can work on with Public Works, if they feel that's a good idea.
Okay. So do we have that machine already in hand?
It's not here yet, no. But hopefully it should be here by hurricane season.
When is the anticipated arrival of the famous sandbag machine?
If I could just make a comment, I really feel like this is more of a city manager decision with staff and not really a legislative council discussion.
Yeah, but I think he's got a good idea, Deputy Mayor, to give direction to city manager.
I just don't know if we need a vote on it, right?
No, but he would need consensus.
I don't understand what the difference is of a consensus or a vote.
Well, it's giving them direction in a sense, but go ahead.
Yeah.
When does it get here?
Obviously, we don't have a sandbag machine in hand yet. That was something that was approved very recently. That will take a while to arrive. The notion of providing some early has merit, in my opinion, but if it's too early, as you all know, sandbags don't last indefinitely. They have a deterioration if they sit out in the UV sunlight. They deteriorate. So if we're too early on that, they lose their value.
Copy that, sir.
So I was talking about empty sandbags, not filled ones. Just they get empty
I didn't know we
sandbags now.
supplied empty ones in the past.
Okay. Councilman Johnson, does that conclude your comments?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson.
The only thing I wanted to speak on was the potential to see where this council was in entertaining moratoriums for multifamily and PUDs. I know we explored that in the previous mayor. And I just feel, we updated the comp plan, but I still feel people are trying to piecemeal and bring things to us as quick as they possibly can. This won't inhibit, just like previously, it won't inhibit single family lots or anything of that nature, so people can come to Palm Bay and start their families here. But just to see if this council had an appetite for it. So that's all.
Any appetite? I've got. I don't believe in moratoriums, but that's just me.
Yeah, Mayor. I agree with both of you. I don't agree in moratoriums. I think it is against free market principles, but I also do believe that the density in our city is too high. I think most of us agree with that. And I really do believe that there was we have a brand new council that came on, but a lot of really important documents were kind of brought up and approved right before we came onto the council. And so I personally, I think it's unfortunate, but it was pretty obvious that there was going to be a new council coming on. So I think some of those should have waited a little longer. So I think we need to be going back and looking at some of our stuff in the comp plan and our land use development and seeing about just maybe looking at zoning and density and things like that. Because if you just do that right on the front end, then you don't need a moratorium.
So we could definitely look in that and maybe give direction to staff with that. Your comments?
On a moratorium?
Yes.
I mean, I don't believe in moratorium. I think we have to look at the history of Palm Bay and remember that Palm Bay was founded by a development corporation to be developed. It's unfortunate bad decisions were made over the years, many years, regarding our infrastructure. But property owners have rights, and bad decisions of the past should not cost those property right owners the ability not to develop their property, as long as they're developing to the comprehensive plan, which was just updated, as was the land development code, which was a huge undertaking. And I think it would be a little early to restart that process right now.
Copy that. So to your argument,
No, it's all good. I just wanted to see
anything else?
I just wanted to see where we are because right now our growth management team could be focusing so much better efforts instead of on these projects. I feel, in my opinion, but everybody actually. So, and to that point, we'll see. We waive the pre-application fees. I'm praying and hoping that in that sense the wave will shift to that area. And I understand the free market, but at the same time, we have stakeholders in the audience. We are stakeholders ourselves. And to your point previously about your comments, sir, we're stakeholders. So our opinion should be taken in consideration with the compound as well. But yeah, that's all. We'll see what happens in the future.
Thank you,
the
sir.
The market's going to shift.
Thank you, sir. Deputy Mayor?
I have no comments, Mayor.
Okay, so I just, my comments, my reports, I'm just going to share with you about our rural residential, our 1 acre, our 5 acre lots. I want to remind you that I kept fighting for those, and the previous council was like, whatever. And that was our opportunity to control that density. That truly was. But that be that as it may, that council saw differently, and I accepted that. But I will go on and say, I think it was Station 2 and 5 that responded to a structure fire where there was a loss of life. And I just want to raise the awareness of our first responders and what they deal with and the mental health component to that. So let us not only understand that they're constantly giving their lives to us, but it takes a toll on their life and the life of their families. Because to witness a loss of life is something that's devastating to any human being, right? So I'll just shout out to, Fire Station 2 and 5. Thank you for coming out and protecting our citizens, our protecting life in general and putting your life in danger, walking into a fire. That's huge. That's courage. And I truly appreciate all your sacrifice. And then I just want to shout out a big congratulations to Sergeant Bolgers that just got promoted and Lieutenant Mertens. And that concludes my reports. Mr. Morgan.
Yes, just as a reminder to the public and to the City Council, at your very next council meeting on March the 20th, you will be considering the 115 applications for the city manager position and deciding which applicants you will want to interview at your special meeting, which has been set for Saturday, March 29th. So we're getting to that part in the process where at your next meeting, I've asked each of you to be prepared with a handful of your candidates on a paper review basis you would like to discuss with your colleagues at that meeting next time, and come to a decision on who you want to invite for interviews on March the 29th. So we're right on time with our schedule we developed back in December. And but a really important meeting is coming up at your next regular council meeting on March 20th. That's all I have, Mayor.
And sir, was there a panel already that met?
That will be tomorrow.
Tomorrow
to help. And again, their goal, you'll still consider all 115. They're going to be putting them into 3 categories that you can use as you choose. The highly qualified, the qualified, and those that are in neither of those categories. And would sort of encourage you to focus your efforts on the top 2 categories, since they're volunteering for us at no cost. They're senior managers that are retired from Central Florida, but not our immediate market. And they've taken it very seriously. They've got spreadsheets, and they're trying to help you by allowing you to focus your attention on those that might be most be interested in inviting for interview.
Well, I thank you again for your efforts, and thank you for organizing all of that. Does that conclude your report, Mr. Morgan?
Yes, sir.
Madam Smith.
Yes, sir. I am seeking confirmation that council is available on March 20th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. for an attorney-client session regarding Madeline Tatum versus City of Palm Bay, case number 05-2023 CA 019882, and Jose Mesa Hurtado, case number 05-2023 CA 048795. We're estimating this session to last no more than 30 minutes, and attendees would be the mayor and city council, the interim city manager Scott Morgan, city attorney Patricia Smith, deputy city attorney Rodney Edwards, and a certified court reporter.
Did you say March 20th? Is that a Friday?
No, before the next regular council meeting.
It's Wednesday?
No, Thursday.
Yes.
So it's Thursday before the council meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Does that conclude your report?
Yes. Am I going to have a quorum?
Yes. So.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. This concludes our meeting.